Real quick, just so you know, I am very sorry about the quality of this footage I'm about to show you, but it is the absolute best footage of this event I could find.
超スペクタクルハイスピードロールプレイングアクションゲームソニックアドベンチャーについて詳しくご紹介していただく方をお呼びしているんです、ソニックアドベンチャーの生みの親とも言うべき、もう皆さんね、ソニックファンならもうご存知の方だと思います。ソニックプロデューサー中裕二さんです。
Producer of the Sonic team, Mr. Naka! Producer of the Sonic team, Mr. Naka! Ladies and gentlemen!
Hi, はい、ということで改めてご紹介しましょう。ソニックアドベンチャーの生みの親、ソニックチームプロデューサーの中さんです。
どうぞ。
All I can say is that was the most badass announcement for a game I've ever seen. What can I say about Sonic Adventure that hasn't already been said a million times? Honestly, probably a lot. Because my experience with this game was anything but typical. I first played Sonic Adventure when I was 17 years old, on a $200 computer that was barely holding together, with no expectations and really no idea what I was getting into. I'd only ever played the 16-bit entries up to that point, and just remembered liking Sonic when I was a kid, so I figured I'd give his first 3D entry a shot. And well, the game didn't disappoint one bit. This is the game that made me a Sonic fan. I loved every second of Sonic Adventure. If you want to know why I play Sonic constantly now and consider myself a Sonic fan, this game right here. Well, also this one. But we'll talk about that one later. Now, I'm not going to get into too much detail about the development and history of Sonic Adventure, but I'm going to give you a basic rundown. The game was released in North America on September 9th, 1999. Sonic Adventure wasn't just another Sonic game. It was Sega's make-or-break swing at relevance in a market they were rapidly losing after the commercial failure of the Sega Saturn. They needed a game that was going to pull all the stops, blow everyone away, and make them believe that Sega was the best video game company on the planet. And they made Sonic Adventure, baby! And oh man, it shows that they pulled all the stops for this game. The only thing this game didn't have to appeal to the gaming masses was a character with big boobs. But don't worry, the sequel fixed that problem. This is also the first game that Jun Senoue was the lead music composer for, and Jun Senoue is my absolute favorite video game composer, period. If you want to know why my compositions tend to have a heavy rock vibe to them, this is the man you need to thank. This game would also launch the debut of my favorite band, Crush 40, with the song Open Your Heart, which is an absolute banger. Like, this band is just freaking awesome. Not to mention the ads for this game were just off the rails hilarious.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling the love. You feel the love. What's your name? Scary Payton, but they call me the glove.
How you feeling tonight?
Yo, I'm feeling the love.
Feel the love,
I'm feeling Sonic. Yo, Sonic. Man, stay off the light speed.
My bad.
Sonic Adventure on Sega Dreamcast. It's thinking.
So what are we waiting for? let's talk about the game. And as soon as you boot it up, you are greeted to this. And let me tell you, when I first watched that, my jaw hit the floor. Even the menu music is awesome. Once you start a new game, you go to the character select. There are 6 playable characters. However, you only have Sonic available for the start. And even the character select music is awesome. This game's soundtrack is just awesome. 100%. Well, once you select Sonic as your playable character, as you will have no other options when you start the game, you're dropped into Station Square and greeted by this cutscene.
Oh yeah! This is happening! Huh?
Yeah, the voice acting in this game's a little off. But don't worry, it gets worse. Anyway, Sonic sees the cops going somewhere and decides, hey, I better go check it out too. And when he gets there, the cops are unloading actual firearms into a water monster. Yes, you heard that right. Actual firearms that shoot real bullets in a kid's game. The late 90s were a very different time for gaming. Anyway, as soon as the bullets fail, the cops basically say, yeah, screw this, there's nothing we can do. And Sonic, with no regard for his own safety, basically says, hey, this is gonna be fun. And thus, you get to start the very first boss fight, Chaos Zero, which is probably the easiest boss fight in any game, period. Yeah, once you learn the homing attack, Chaos goes down super quickly. He's a very, very easy boss fight. Probably the easiest I've ever seen in any video game, period. As for the boss music, well, it's definitely an interesting tune. It's used in most of the Chaos fights, But other than that, it's not that memorable. It's just weird. Here, take a listen.
Come on, you big drip! Where you going?
You know nothing, fool! It's Chaos, the god of destruction!
Alright, so I have two very important questions. What is Eggman doing on the roof? And how come nobody has spotted him in his bright red clothes? The next day, Sonic is just chilling in a lawn chair at some hotel resort when all of a sudden, he sees his buddy Tails in an airplane that's malfunctioning. And we get the best piece of voice acting in this entire game. Notice my sarcasm.
What? Tails? Watch out! You're gonna crash! Ah!
And now, you gotta go save Tails.
Tails.
But before you do that, you can talk to the NPCs around here. And this lady acknowledges that there was a plane crash, but she's just not gonna do anything about it. And this one, who has not only seen a plane crash, but a monster attack last night and just shrugs it off like it's nothing, basically. And, Sonic, I don't know if anyone's told you this, but staring at a woman down there when she's swimming isn't exactly, appropriate. Alright, let's get to talking about Emerald Coast. First off, this level is awesome. As soon as you boot in, you can get a hidden item box just by going backwards. And you can homing attack all the beach furniture and umbrellas for no real reason. I just think it's really cool. I mean, they didn't have to add that, but I think it's really cool that they did. Also, there are hidden paths all throughout the level. For example, right here, you can either A, use the springs, go across the boardwalk, or you can take a shortcut and just spin dash up to the bridge. It's a pretty cool shortcut, and I know it's really well known. Yeah, I should mention now that the spin dash in this game is broken as all get out. I mean, you can just tap the button because there's no wind-up animation or cooldown on it, and just do absolutely batshit insane stuff. Like this right here. Also, now would be a great time to mention that this game is pretty glitchy at times. I am playing the Dreamcast version, but other versions make the glitches way, way worse. Just so you know, what's supposed to happen when you start this section here is this. Also, I would like to mention that my favorite alternate path in this level is right here, where you can go through the top part and use springs to get to the other side, or B, go on the bottom, get more rings, and do a little platforming challenge. Stuff like this just makes this game really freaking cool. Also, Jun Sonoe did an amazing job with the soundtrack here. There are two music tracks for Emerald Coast. The first one, which is this, Now, as cool as that one was, I like the one that plays about halfway through the level way better. After you rescue Tails, it is revealed that the reason he crashed is because he tried using a Chaos Emerald to power his plane, which apparently didn't work out so well. He then immediately invites Sonic over to his workshop in the Mystic Ruins because he really wants to show Sonic something. And apparently, despite Sonic being the fastest thing alive, the fastest way is by train. So with that, we're off to Tails' workshop. So after that, you get thrown into one of Sonic's hub worlds. You see, Sonic Adventure doesn't just toss you from level to level like previous games. It gives you explorable towns and areas. The first one of these is Station Square, which is a seaside city full of shops, subways, hotels, and absolutely zero reaction from anybody to the blue hedgehog running around. One very cool detail about these hub worlds is the fact that NPCs' dialogue will actually change depending on where you're at in the story. Like this one here, who was originally concerned about the plane crash as she hoped the pilot was okay. Now when you talk to her, she's glad that the pilot is okay, but doesn't seem to bat an eye to the fact that the pilot was a fox. As far as to what you can do in the hub worlds, well, not that much. You can talk to NPCs, run around, and try to find hidden power-ups for your character. Don't worry, we'll talk about the power-ups later, but for now, I'm gonna show you guys the music, as Station Square's music is very chill and relaxing. Next up, we got the Mystic Ruins. And yes, we are going to defy logic for a second and accept that this train is apparently the fastest, most reasonable method of transportation, despite the fact that Sonic is the fastest thing alive. Again. And now that we get to the actual Mystic Ruins, which is a big hub world, honestly, once you fully unlock it, it is the biggest hub world in the game. But right now, we only have a small portion of it unlocked. This hub world, though, is easily the most fun if you just want to goof around in it. Because with the game's physics, and the spam dash, as I like to call it, you could do some really insane shit here. And I'm pretty sure everyone knows what's next. The music here is just awesome. It has this earthy, tribal rhythm, and it seems very African inspired. Here, take a listen. Unfortunately, before you reach Tails' workshop, you get the first taste of Dr. Robotnik in this game. Yes, that's Dr. Ivo Robotnik. When he shows up, he basically says, "Hey Sonic, I'm up to bad stuff, and you better not stop me." Sonic, completely ignoring him and not giving a damn, basically says, "Hey, it's a giant talking egg." Yeah, this is where they fixed the naming problems between Japan and America in the Sonic series. Let me explain. Okay, so to make a long story short, in Japan, Dr. Eggman was, well, always called Dr. Eggman. However, when the games first came over to the American side of things, Sega of America renamed him Dr. Ivo Robotnik for localization. Sonic Adventure unified the two names by making Robotnik his real name and Eggman a nickname Sonic uses to insult him. Alright, so this boss fight is super easy. All you gotta do is dodge his missiles. When he jams himself into the ground doing a really dumb attack, jump and hit his cockpit, and then repeat that 3 times. Really, I don't know what Eggman was thinking building this thing. By the way, this mech is called the Egg Hornet. Yeah, I don't know why he named it that, but that's what it's called. Also, this boss's boss music is easily the most forgettable in the game. Like, I don't know what the hell they're going for. Rock, electronic, industrial? I don't know what to think of this track. So, here, take a listen. So after Sonic destroys Eggman's new mech, Tails decides he's gonna stroll forward with the Chaos Emerald out in the open. Real great move there, genius! In which Eggman immediately snatches up. Eggman then gives a big exposition as to what he intends to do with the Chaos Emeralds. Now here's the thing, I don't feel like explaining it, so I'm gonna let Eggman do it. He's the 300 IQ genius after all.
Oh, yes! It's just as the stone tablets predicted. His strength increases every time I feed him a Chaos Emerald. With all 7 emeralds in him, he'll be invincible and work for me. Together, we'll destroy Station Square. And on its ruins, I'll build Robotnik Land, the ultimate city, where I will rule it all. Come on, Chaos, let's find another emerald, shall we?
So, Sonic and Tails, not wanting that to happen, come up with a plan. Gather all the Chaos Emeralds before Eggman does, and prevent him from feeding them to the water monster. It's a simple plan, seems effective enough. So with that, we're off on our adventure. Our Sonic adventure. Alright, so this is the only time I got stuck in Sonic Adventure back when I first played it. You see, the game tells you, go collect Chaos Emeralds. But the game forgets to mention where in the hell you're supposed to go. Funny story is, while I was running around like an absolute idiot the first time I got to this point in the game, it was also the first time I realized that this red orb actually gives you hints onto where to go if you jump into it. However, I also would like to point out that in this particular instance, it is absolutely absolutely worthless. The hint it gives you is Tails' workshop is around here somewhere. Now, my friends, for those of you who do not speak 90s video game logic, allow me to translate. What it meant to say was, go find a totally random rock near the workshop, pick it up, and take it to a random cave for reasons that shall never be explained. So yeah, basically put the stone in the pedestal in this cave, then hop into the wind current, and boom, you're on your way to level 2, Windy Valley. Alright, so let's talk about the level Windy Valley. And it's short, breezy, and cheerful, until it literally yeets you into a tornado. The first section is okay. You run around in this valley-like section with a few platforms and do Sonic stuff, with some very upbeat music. Then things get nuts when Sonic gets caught in a tornado. Not near a tornado, he gets caught by it and goes inside of it. Now this portion of the level is very different, as you mostly climb up the tornado, presumably to escape. And the music here isn't that bad, but the only way you would hear it is if you looked up the official soundtrack. Because in-game, it's buried beneath 500 decibels of screeching air vortex. And if we're being honest here, no one who's ever actually been inside a tornado and survived has had it this chill. I mean, it would probably be something closer to this. But this is Sonic the Hedgehog. We're not here for realism. We're here for awesome music, spectacle, and pure awesomeness. And Windy Valley delivers when it comes to spectacle, that's for sure. Then we get to the last portion of Windy Valley, the part most players probably remember the most. Because you're running along with seemingly random platforms suspended up in the sky for no real reason whatsoever. Now you might think this section of the level would be extremely platform heavy, seeing how you're literally suspended in the sky, but actually you do nothing like that. This is mostly a speed-based section. Most of this level is just running along linear pathways and just gaining an insane amount of speed. It's okay. There are levels later in the game that do this way better. But for an early game level, it does okay. And the music, it's very cheerful, but it's not really my style, you know? But it's okay. Here, take a listen. With that, we got one Chaos Emerald in hand, and Eggman has the other. So, it's time to chase down the next one. And naturally, it's located inside of a freaking casino. Why? I have no idea. Also, shout out to this kid I ran into on my way to the casino. He actually recognizes Sonic. And even mentions Angel Island. Oh yeah, Angel Island plays a role in this story, and it's batshit insane. But we'll get into that later. Way later. Oh yeah, and before you go to the casino, you first have to take this weird detour to the opposite side of Station Square. Drop down this manhole, which is mysteriously uncovered for no clear reason. Explore the sewers for a bit, and you uncover the Lightspeed Dash. Later games refine this move, making it feel more slick and intuitive, but here, it's clunky as all get out. Yeah, here you have to charge up the move while standing still. Other games just let you press a button and use it, but here, it's pretty slow and you have to go out of your way to charge it up. But at least it's functional once it's charged. Oh, and funny story, when you exit the sewer, you exit into this guy's store, who casually mentions not to use the back door that leads directly into the sewers. Which is really funny, because it seems like he's had this problem before. Though I have to ask, why in the hell does he have a door in the back of his shop that leads directly into the sewers? Another head scratcher, I guess. Alright, the Lightspeed Dash in hand, let's talk about Level 3, Casinopolis, which is less of a level and more of a glorified mini-game hub. Also, it's kind of funny that to get into the casino, you have to use the Lightspeed Dash to press a button that's near the roof. How does anyone get into the casino to gamble if the button that opens the door is near the freaking roof? I have no idea. But we press the button, and you get to start up the level. So the goal of the level is simple. You gotta reach the Chaos Emerald in this weird collection room, I guess, by gathering 400 rings, either by going through the sewers or playing pinball. There are 2 pinball tables. There's a Sonic-themed one and a Nights into Dreams one. Let's talk about the Nights into Dreams one first. Basically, it's a huge love letter to the Sega Saturn classic, Nights into Dreams. It also has the unique quirk of letting you match up cards like poker hands to get bonus rings. It's a really cool pinball table. I like it. Then there's a Sonic one, which has a slot machine in it. It's much more simplistic, but still a lot of fun. And both pinball tables actually have hidden areas. So, it's definitely a lot of fun to play both of them. Oh, and if you end up doing really bad at the pinball, you'll get dropped into the sewer section of the level, which lets you gather a ton of rings. Also, pro tip, use the Lightspeed dash right here at the start, and you'll destroy a lot of enemies and save yourselves a lot of time. You're welcome, by the way. Now let's talk about the music. The sewer theme, it's okay. About the same thing to say when it comes to the main lobby area of the casino. It's just very forgettable and bland. However, there is one banger in the casino levels. That is the Nights into Dreams pinball table. Why this song was excluded from the official game soundtrack, I have no idea. But it is awesome. Just take a listen. I love this track. Seriously, this track just feels so dreamlike and surreal that I just end up loving it. Oh, also, if you happen to drop 500 rings into this big, I guess it's the collection room? Whatever, it's the room where you drop the 400 rings to get to the Chaos Emerald. And if you put 5,000 in there, you'll unlock a giant golden Sonic statue in the middle of the casino. Is it worth doing this? Well, seeing as it took me over an hour and a half to get this statue built, I would say absolutely not. I have footage of it right here, so you guys have seen the statue and do not have to put yourself through that torture. Anyway, just as Sonic and Tails exit the casino with Chaos Emerald in hand, Eggman shows up and gasses the two, knocking them out. They wake up and realize, oh crap, Eggman stole the Chaos Emerald. That means he has two and we have one. We better get busy and get the other ones before he gets them.
Oh man, what happened to that emerald we just
And
had?
with that, we're off to the next level.
I guess Eggman's got one of them.
Hey, sorry guys about the interruption, but this is a quick edit. You see, I forgot to mention when talking about the casino that Sonic can actually take a shower in the casino. Yes, you can have Sonic take a shower. I forgot to mention that when I was originally talking about it. So, sorry about having to make a random interjection with this edit. But I felt like I had to mention that if I'm going to talk about Sonic Adventure. Alright, back to the video. So, for those of you who have not played Sonic Adventure 1, you're probably curious as how in the heck you get to the next zone, which is Ice Cap, by the way. Easy. You go into this random alleyway and pick up this ice statue, which you saw spawned here during a cutscene right after the third level. Why it's here and where it came from? Who knows? You then haul this thing all the way back to the Mystic Ruins, and then a cave explodes in out of nowhere. You then go into said cave, find the place where the ice stone goes, right by the ice cave, and boom, the entrance to Ice Cap is open. So, Ice Cap has 3 sections to it. There's the Snowy Mountain, the Limestone Cave, and a last section we'll talk about when we get there. But the first section, the Snowy Mountain, is easily the most open of the bunch. There are a total of 3 discovered ways I've found to reach the Limestone Cave. First, you go through another cave and take the long way. You spin dash jump from this section here all the way to the Limestone Cave. Or lastly, one I actually found in the process of making this video, you light speed dash here near the bottom to the jump panels and you jump your way there. It's a short but sweet section. Also, June did an amazing job with the track that is used in this section of the level. It's much more ambient feeling than what he generally does, but in my humble opinion, it is still really damn good. Here, take a listen. The next section of the level is the Limestone Cave. And it's basically a massive cavern you drop into, and you have to climb your way all the way to the top to make it to the next section. It's quite interesting because there's no bottomless pits here, so you won't die from falling, However, you'll have to climb all the way back up to get back to where you were in the cave. When I first played this game, this level was really hard. Nowadays, I breeze through it like it's nothing. It's an interesting section, and the music composer here is Fumi Kimitani. I think I pronounced her name right. And despite this track not being composed by Jun Sonoe, it is still really, really good. Sure, Jun may be my favorite and my main inspiration. However, I will not overlook other music composers when they do a good job. And while she may certainly not be my favorite music composer, a good job she did here indeed. Take a listen. Anyway, next thing you know, you burst out of the limestone cave, only for no apparent reason, you trigger an unexpected avalanche. And there just so happens to be a snowboard right underneath you. So what Sonic do? He hops on it and rides down the mountain to try to outrun the avalanche. And also, I'm pretty sure Jun at this point was going batshit insane because he hadn't made a rock track in a while. So he said, "Get out of my way, guys. I'm about to rock the place." And this song kicks in. By the way, that track name is called Be Wild, Be Cool, and Be Groovy. That's just such a badass name for a song. Anyway, this section of the level is very easy. All you gotta do is get all the way down the mountain as fast as possible. I don't think it's possible really to die here. Sure, the section can be a little glitchy at times, but overall it's a ton of fun. Also, if you press the jump button on these ramps, you'll do a cool trick as you fly off of them. It doesn't take but a minute or two to reach the bottom of the mountain, assuming you don't run into any glitches. And with that, you got the third Chaos Emerald in your possession.
Yeah, not bad.
Well, technically you only have two because I meant the last one, but you guys get what I'm saying, right? So next thing you know, we're back at the Mystic Ruins, and who is waiting for us? None other than Knuckles the Echidna, who immediately starts trying to punch us. He basically just says, "Hey, Sonic, give me those emeralds right now." And Sonic says, And then it's boss fight time. Now, credit where it's due, the track that plays during the character battles, I Fight for My Own Way, is a really good boss track. It is probably one of the best in the game. Off the top of my head, I can only think of one boss track that outdoes it. We'll talk about it when we get to it. But overall, this is a great musical track, and one I listen to very often. Sit back and allow me to explain the complexity that is these character battles. They are so complex, they make devils cry. As in, devils cry laughing. They're so pathetically easy, you can beat them just by spamming the attack button. They're pathetically easy and just more glorified cutscenes than actual boss fights. So, after you beat Knuckles, it turns out Eggman had used his classic "I am totally trustworthy" routine on Knuckles and had tricked him. That is why he was fighting Sonic. We'll get into more details of how Eggman tricked Knuckles when we talk about Knuckles' story. For now, all you need to know is, during the fight, Sonic dropped the emeralds, meaning Eggman has 4 now, as he snatched them up pretty quickly. Gave them to Chaos, and now Chaos has reached his 4th stage. And yeah, that means it's a time for another boss fight, which is pathetically easy. So how this boss fight works is kind of simple and stupid. Basically, Chaos 4 is a weird shark monster, and you fight him in this pond, basically. And he just does a bunch of random attacks underwater as you dodge them very easily. When he comes up for air, just homing attack him. Repeat a bunch of times, and you've beaten the boss. It's super easy, it's super boring, and also it uses the same musical track from Chaos 0 in the beginning of the game. Also, the water physics here, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but you can literally stand on the water and you'll sink so slowly, it's like you're sinking into quicksand. So, to summarize, this boss fight is basically hop around like an over-caffeinated frog, jump on Chaos when he surfaces for air, which he doesn't need because he's a water monster made of freaking water. Repeat this until Chaos is beaten, and then this cutscene plays.
Behold my floating masterpiece, the Egg Carrier! But it pales in comparison to the power of Chaos. Adieu, until we meet again, my friends!
Hey, we can't let him get away! Let's get to my workshop and we'll take the tornado!
Yeah, You guys go. I have some unfinished business to take care of. No problem, Knuckles. We'll take care of everything here.
Come on! Let's get going!
Okay, so after watching that badass cutscene, I remember the first time seeing the egg carrier in this cutscene thinking, holy shit, Eggman is officially a badass now. Anyway, before we go to Tails' workshop like we're supposed to, I want to show you guys an NPC, which I think is really cool. You gotta go back to Station Square, go into the train station, and talk to this guy. And he'll mention that after work, he wants to go snowboarding, which I think is a really cool detail, because it implies that Ice Cap is a place that people actually go for snowboarding, and that could explain why that random snowboard was there. Someone could have possibly just left it there. I know it's a stretch, but I think it's really cool. Anyway, so we run back to the Mystic Ruins and meet up with Tails at his workshop, and no words can describe the badassery that is about to take place. So I'm just gonna show it to you.
Sonic, wait here for a second. Sonic, hop in! Let's go!
I just think it's completely badass that Tails has a runway hidden beneath his lawn, or front yard, or whatever it is. It's just awesome. And with that, we're off to the next level, Sky Chase. Okay, so a lot of people hate Sky Chase in all acts. Yes, there's 2 acts to this, and you have to do it twice. I'll explain why later. But it's not that bad. Sure, it's brain dead as all hell, but it sure ain't bad. Just fly around on rails and shoot everything that gets in your way. The controls are good, and the odds of you dying are slim to none, as it is very easy. Also, the music is pretty cool. Anyway, at the end of this act, Eggman gets a big-ass cannon and blows up the tornado, causing Sonic and Tails to plummet to Earth. Alright, so to fully understand the gravity of the absurdity that is about to happen, let me explain how far Sonic is about to fall and what would generally happen to a person should they fall from this distance. So, seeing how we're above most of the clouds, and the average altitude in which most clouds form is between 1,000 to 6,600 feet. Alright? We're going to assume 7,000 to round it to the highest margin. At that height, it wouldn't take long at all for Sonic to start falling at terminal velocity. Terminal velocity being the fastest something can fall when it's falling freely. A human, for example, reaches terminal velocity after falling for about 1,500 feet, and for most humans, the top speed of terminal velocity is 120 miles per hour. Sonic, however, we're gonna assume he's between 77 and 88 pounds, okay? Because he's small, lean, and muscular, and he's officially stated to have a height of 5 feet in this game, alright? This in mind, Sonic would reach his terminal velocity between 2,300 feet to 2,600 feet, alright? And his max speed would be 163 miles per hour, based on his size and mass. So, we're gonna compare it to humans, okay? If a human landed at that speed from this height, even on sand, which is a little softer than concrete, we would expect severe spinal cord injuries, multiple bone fractures, internal bleeding, and concussions, and probably way worse because they landed on their head. Let's see what happens when Sonic takes this fall in game.
Tails? Tails! You're not who I'm looking for. Oh, I wonder if he's
Sir
okay.
Isaac Newton, could you weigh in your thoughts on what you just saw? I have spent many years elegating the elegant, learned inescapable rules by which nature operates. I have mapped the dance of planets, unraveled the fall of apples, and exposed the symmetry of motion itself. But today, I watched a hedgehog plummet from 800 meters from the heavens, crash face first into the earth, and stand up without so much as a nosebleed. This is an affirmation to the gravitational law, mocks everything I've ever stood for. Therefore, let it be known that I hereby suspend my association with Sonic the Hedgehog and any other entity bearing his likeness. The laws of motion remain universally binding, with one horrible blue exception. God help us if that red echidna starts flying next. Oh hey guys, while we're already at this hotel, I'm going to show you guys how to get a neat little upgrade. So go up these stairs here, press these two buttons, and charge up your Lightspeed Dash. Use it on the Trail of Rings, enter this door quickly before it closes on you, and boom, new upgrade! This is the Crystal Bracelet, and it reduces the amount of time it takes for the Lightspeed Dash to charge. It is not required to beat the game by any means. It's more of a quality of life improvement. You're welcome, by the way. So anyway, at this point in the story, you cannot use the train station because the workers are on a strike. See, that's what I love about Sonic Adventure. The world actually changes as you move through the story. It's a small touch, but it makes Station Square feel much more alive. So your objective right now is to find Tails. But instead of finding him after you wander around for a bit, you bump into Amy Rose, of all people, who's in full, cheerful Sonic fangirl mode. She wants Sonic to bodyguard a random bird she's carrying, because, you know, that's just a totally normal request. Sonic isn't thrilled about this request, but Amy has the whole, I'm tagging along for this adventure whether you like it or not, Sonic attitude. And just like that, she's part of the adventure. Anyway, you wander around some more, and you reach Twinkle Park. But before you enter, it's discovered that Amy's being chased by a robot. Sonic wants to destroy it immediately, calling it a rusted hunk of bolts. But Amy immediately gets distracted because the park's having a promotion. Cute couples get in free. Naturally, she thinks her and Sonic qualify. Now here's the deal. Sonic, as we'll see in later games, isn't at all the romantic type. He cares about Amy and doesn't want her hurt, and he definitely sees her as a friend. But a romantic relationship, not his vibe. Amy, on the other hand, is 100% committed to making Sonic her boyfriend, whether he likes it or not. Anyway, at this point, she runs off into the amusement park, and Sonic ignores the fact that the robot is literally right there and goes after her instead. This leads us into the 5th stage of the game, Twinkle Park. So I'll be 100% honest with all you guys. I had a lot of fun with this level, and I have a lot of fun with the level when I play through the game. But after I finish the game, I often forget it even exists. Maybe I'm just not a big amusement park fan, but after I'm done with the level and done with the playthrough of Sonic Adventure, until I play it again, I forget this is even a level. So the level goes something like this. You start in the bumper car section, and you commit Grand Theft Bumper Car, stealing a bumper car from a badnik, then drive it down a winding track. How you deal damage here is actually kind of funny. It's entirely based on speed. Whoever's going faster when the bumper cars collides wins. The controls aren't bad, and the music is fine, not amazing, just fine. Anyway, after the bumper car bit, you hop into a roller coaster and then end up in the main part of the level. And the music here is fantastic, upbeat and cheerful. It sets the mood perfectly for this level, and it kind of screams, you're about to have some fun. This part of the level is pretty cool, as you run through what feels like an amusement park castle. Sometimes you're literally bowling with Sonic himself, and there are multiple paths to the goal, which sits at the top of the castle. It's visually cool, but for some reason, I never retain this level in my memory. Also, an odd thing here is all of the bomb-throwing monkeys. These monkeys show up elsewhere in the game, but in this castle, they are everywhere. It is insane that 90% of the enemies you fight are these bomb-throwing monkeys. Honestly, what were the developers thinking? Amusement park castle. Obviously, what that needs is monkey grenaders. Like, it makes no sense. Anyway, with that, the level is done pretty quickly. And yeah, as soon as I'm done with it, I'm probably gonna forget it again. Anyway, after I'm done forgetting about Twinkle Park, we then see a card just randomly show up in Station Square for no apparent reason. So naturally, you grab it and take it to a nearby building. And boom, you're in Speed Highway, baby! This is my favorite level in the entire game. I have booted up Sonic Adventure just to replay this stage more times than I can count. It's fast and it's pure adrenaline. The first section is the speed section, and it is insane. You're running across elevated highways, jumping off roads, spin dashing up buildings. Yes, you can spin dash up buildings. And you dodge Batnik police. Yes, apparently Eggman has a police force for some reason. Also, you can ride on a helicopter at one point. And there's even a random bell you can jump into to get a bunch of bonus rings. It's tucked away in an area that most people might not even go to. And lastly, the music is an absolute banger. Take a listen. Yeah, I listen to this track a lot. Also, the lyrics are Sonic and up, down, and all around. I'd also like to point out that my absolute favorite shortcut in this game, and it blew my mind when I first did it, is the fact that at the beginning of the level, you can just jump off right here to a whole nother road. I just always found that shortcut awesome, for some reason. Then at the end of the level, you end up in this glass room of sorts. Then the glass breaks. This is the going down segment of Speed Highway. It's short, but a visual spectacle. You're running down the side of a building at super high speeds, and it's just awesome. Also, the music here, it's solid, but nowhere near as good as the first part. Here, take a listen. And at last, we end up at the At Dawn section. At this point, you're at the bottom streets of Station Square, well, at dawn, and the level opens up like crazy. You have so many ways to get to the end of the level. You can run through traffic, bounce across the rooftops, or just take a chill stroll through the streets. It is the most open area in all of Sonic's campaign. And the music here is just peak. Take a listen. Also, when I was making this video, I noticed something crazy. You see this rabbit decal on the back of this van? I swear, it looks just like Sonic's original design. For those who don't know, Sonic the Hedgehog was originally conceptualized as a rabbit before becoming a hedgehog. Let me put up the original design here so you can see them side by side. Alright? You can look at both of them and draw your own conclusion. Anyway, after we do all that, we hit the animal capsule, and boom, level completed. Okay, so after Speed Highway, there's a neat little detail I wanted to point out, is that you actually drop right back in the area where you fought Chaos Zero at the beginning of the game. Turns out it wasn't just a random level location. It's an actual place in the game world you can visit. So next, it's time for us to go try and find Amy, which we do. And she's being hauled off by Zero. Turns out, while Sonic was running through Speed Highway, going up, down, and all around, Amy was getting kidnapped. So to cut them off, Sonic heads to the Mystic Ruins. But instead of just running there, because, you know, he's the fastest thing alive, he hops on the train for some reason. Which, by the way, the train workers' strike is over. Meaning the trains are back in operation again. Anyway, Sonic somehow manages to successfully cut off Zero at the Mystic Ruins. Unfortunately, Eggman has cheap, low-budget UFO tech and beams his robot up to his ship. Anyway, so at this point, Sonic comes up with a new plan. Run up Red Mountain and hop onto the egg carrier mid-flight. I mean, there are some serious logical problems with this plan, but okay, let's do it. But before we enter Red Mountain, I'd like to point out that you can actually find Angel Island in the hub world. As we'll find out later in a different story, it's currently no longer flying. And you can run up there and holy hell, what happened to Knuckles' real estate? I mean, where's Standopolis, Ice Cap, Mushroom Hill, Hydro City? It's all gone. Now it's just a floating rock with a few ruins. I guess Knuckles punched off half of it when he got bored, but seriously, what happened? Anyway, to get to Red Mountain, all you gotta do is get this power-up, which lets you do the Lightspeed attack, attack this random guard monkey, run through this door, and boom, you're in Red Mountain, baby. Anyway, the level Red Mountain is an absolute banger, like most of Sonic's stages in this game. The first half has you running up, down, and all around the volcanic slopes. Zip lines, lava beds, and crazy jumps. This is the place where you can just do all kinds of crazy shortcuts just by experimenting with your spin dash. It's awesome. And the music for the first half of this level, well, no pun intended, is absolute fire. It's funky, chaotic, and just straight up good. Take a listen. But when it comes to the music for the second part of the stage, what the hell even is this? I legit have no idea what Jun was thinking when he composed this. Anyway, the level itself, this part is pretty decent. You run through the core of a volcano, basically. And the music here just makes the whole vibe seem super weird. Also, there's a prison in here with some of the weirdest inmates I've ever seen. Like, seriously, what are these things and why are they here? Anyway, the level overall isn't that hard and it is a ton of fun. Though I find it weird that there's all the skulls everywhere. Like, who built all these skulls? And all these hammers? A very strange location and a very strange level. But fun. At the end of the level, you find that Sonic is not going to be jumping on the egg carrier from this mountain, unfortunately, as it's already flying off into the stratosphere. Luckily, Tails zooms in, just in the nick of time. Why was he randomly flying around this volcanic hotspot? Unclear. Is it convenient? Absolutely. With that, Sonic hops on and we're off. The next section is Sky Chase Act 2, which is pretty much the same as the first one, except this one takes place at night, and the tornado ends up morphing into its upgraded version about halfway through the level. However, at the end of the level, instead of, like last time, getting blown out of the sky by the egg carrier's cannon, this time you actually get into a boss fight with it. And it is extremely simple. Just shoot the cannon when it's getting ready to fire. It's very easy to pull off. And with that, this cutscene plays.
Alrighty, we're in!
We gotta land on the egg carrier.
Whoops. I forgot something.
What's that?
There's no landing gear in this mode.
What? Wow, this thing is really huge.
No time to gawk now. We need to find Amy.
You're right, my friend. So here we go.
I swear, the voice acting in this game. Oh boy. Yeah, there's no landing gear in this mode. You just say that casually right before you're about to crash land? Alright, so now we get to explore the last hub world, the egg carrier. Well, at least part of it. So you see, due to story limitations, Sonic doesn't get that much time here and can't explore the whole thing. But other characters, like Gamma and Amy, get to explore this place in way more depth. Right now, we're in the Sky version, which, yeah, there's not much to see here.
I hate it when he doesn't listen.
It's funny because you go like 3 feet forward and Eggman literally transforms the place
Only way you can get me
so Sonic can't find the bridge.
you can figure this one out.
And the only way there is through the sky deck, which the entrance to it is like 5 feet in front of you. But for the sake of this review, I'm gonna run around here to the best of my abilities and explore what I can. Why? For footage. So I can show you Skydeck's Hub World theme, which it's one of the strangest and most menacing tracks in the entire game. It makes you really feel like you are in Eggman's base. Here, give it a listen. Okay, now that you're done listening to that, let's talk about the next level, Sky Deck, which starts by you being shot out of a cannon. No warm-up, no warning, just straight to the artillery launch. And I'll admit, I don't play this level as often as I should. My life is very busy, and I don't get that much game time. I do manage to make some for content creation, which makes me feel like I'm doing something productive. But that being said, I need to carve out way more time for this level. The first part has you running along the lower exterior of the egg carrier, working your way upward. Is it all suspended over a bottomless pit? Yup. But despite that, it's an absolute blast. There are shortcuts all over this level, and some I still haven't quite figured out yet. Like, there's a lot of these flying badniks throughout the level, and I swear, it looks like you're supposed to be able to homing attack them and get to a shortcut, but I can never figure out exactly how to do it and end up falling into a bottomless pit every single time. I'll figure it out eventually. The next part is my absolute favorite part, where you're on the wing of the egg carrier, and Eggman clearly went full military-industrial complex here. There are so many turrets. Like, Eggman, buddy, who are you scared of? Like, who's going to attack you up here? The wind shifts in this section occasionally, slightly altering your jumps, but it's easily manageable. And you're basically tearing through this entire wing, blowing up chunks of it, blowing up turrets, which logically is very questionable, considering we're probably a mile high in the sky, and you're destroying the airship that's keeping you afloat. Pardon me for thinking here, but is crashing this thing while we're still on it really a good plan? Also, why is there this random cockpit on the wing? Like, why is this here? I just noticed it randomly, and it just seemed like an odd place to have one. Also, the music for this part of the level is awesome. Here, take a listen. final stretch of the level, and it's weird. The ship starts rotating and shifting orientation when you're in this section, which messes with your platforming. And I don't even know what this place is. Maybe the cargo bay? That would explain why there's this stuff flying around everywhere. Also, they changed the music for this section, which I don't know why. This track is a heavy downgrade from the last one, but it's still okay. I'd also like to point out that at one point you ride a crane in this section, which I think is really cool. And yeah, that basically covers Skydeck. An absolute banger stage. Anyway, after beating Skydeck, you land in this big room. And funny story, the first time I played this game, I got stuck here for half an hour. I had no idea that the giant circular thing in the middle of the room was an elevator. Anyway, you take the elevator up to the bridge, and you get a cutscene where Amy's confronting Eggman about a bird. Apparently, the bird has a Chaos Emerald inside of it, because sure, why not? And now Eggman wants you to fight his new robot called E-102 Gamma. Look, none of this makes any sense until you play the other characters' stories, but for now, let's just roll with it. Anyway, this is another character battle. So you know what that means. It's gonna be super easy. Homing attack Gamma a few times and boom, the fight's over. Amy then reveals that she somehow befriended this robot and doesn't want Sonic to blow it up. And look, none of this makes any sense from Sonic's perspective. It's just absolute chaos. The basic gist here is Eggman's bad, Amy somehow got a bird, and now Eggman has another Chaos Emerald, which is bad. Anyway, so you then have to transform the ship back into its original shape, which is a very easy thing to do. Just go in here, go to what I think is Eggman's cockpit, press the button, and boom, ship's back to its OG shape. You then run over to this platform, and Eggman has not only given Chaos the 5th Chaos Emerald, but also the 6th. So he's now at Chaos 6. And that means boss fight time. Oh yeah, and Big the Cat is here. For some reason, but we'll talk about him later. So the first time I fought Chaos 6, I thought it was a pretty tough boss fight. But now, this boss fight is an absolute breeze. Eggman drops these freeze bombs, you hit them to deactivate them, wait for Chaos to eat one, then he freezes solid. And you're technically supposed to homing attack him, but here's a pro tip. Use the light speed attack. It does massive damage, and you can beat him in just 2 hits this way. Just don't get close to him, keep your distance, and you'll be just fine. Also thought I'll point out that the music for Chaos 6 is actually different than all the other Chaos fights. Well, minus the last one, but we'll talk about that one when we get there. And I do like this one over the original Chaos boss theme. It's much more electronic-y and more intense. It's better than the earlier tracks, but it's not something I'll throw on while coding that often. Here, take a listen. Anyway, after you beat Chaos 6, Knuckles shows up for no apparent reason. Him and Sonic talk for like 5 seconds. Sonic realizes Eggman is getting away and decides to go after him by jumping off the egg carrier when it's miles high in the sky. And yet again, for some reason, just like last time, he lands on solid ground and is just fine. Anyway, Sonic immediately gets up, says he hates Eggman. I thought that was obvious. And then he sees a mysterious red light flying off towards an ancient temple with a giant echidna statue in front of it. And naturally he thinks, yeah, I'll go check that out. Alright, the next level is Lost World. And let me tell you, this level is freaking awesome. Anyone who watches my channel regularly knows I am a sucker for ancient ruins. And Lost World is an amazing ancient ruin level. From the moment you enter, you're hit with this epic room here where water pours from a serpent's mouth. And all this greenery, you immediately know this is going to be an awesome level. And the whole level is filled with lush greenery, winding passages, fire traps, flaming arrows, and at one point, a freaking boulder chase. They slapped with the ancient ruin level design here. Gameplay-wise, this level is not particularly hard, but it's definitely fun. Now, I know a lot of people groan at the snake riding section, where you raise the water level and have to ride the snake. And yeah, it's a pace killer for sure. But honestly, I'm so used to the jank of older games, it doesn't really bother me that much. While we're on the topic of the first section of the level, might as well bring up the music, which is an absolute banger. It was composed by Fumi Kimitami. I talked about her earlier with Ice Cap, and yeah, I'm sure I'm butchering her name, but she absolutely nailed the music here. Take a listen. Then after the snake section, you hit the second section of the level. And it kicks off with this dramatic scenery. This background is just awesome. It's low poly, but still, I just love this background. Fun fact, Sonic Team actually traveled to South America for inspiration when they were making this game. And in this level in particular, it shows big time. Also, there's a mirror puzzle right after this section, which is interesting. It's pretty easy, but it's still cool that it was added. Also, Section 2's theme for this level is still pretty good. The first theme for this level is better, but Section 2's track is still awesome. Here, take a listen. at the end of the level, you end up in a chamber with a massive mural of a sea serpent. That's perfect chaos, by the way. And the mural is actually showing where Chaos destroys Knuckles' clan. Which, yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Though I gotta ask, if it was made after Knuckles' clan was destroyed, who made this mural?
This is really
Oh,
weird.
and then Sonic randomly gets teleported to the past, or at least is seeing a vision of the past. And this is that little light orb trying to show Sonic the origins of Chaos. Ironically, the final flashback is the first one you see. So if you play the stories in this game in order, you're probably sitting here like, what in the hell just happened? Yeah, to understand what the little girl is, or who she is, or what she's doing, you're first gonna have to see the other flashbacks, which we'll talk about them when we get there. But for now, let's get back to Sonic, who gets teleported back into the Mystic Ruins, very confused, sees Eggman fly by him, and is like, oh yeah! I came down here to stop him, didn't I? Then runs after him. Alright, so with that, we reach the final level of Sonic's campaign, Final Egg. And before you enter the actual level, you actually enter Eggman's lab, or garage. Yeah, I don't know what this place is, but you can spot Metal Sonic and Silver Sonic floating around in test tubes, which is a really cool Easter egg. Anyway, to get into the final level, all you gotta do is do a stupid light puzzle, walk in, and boom, you're in Eggman's home base. And you're surrounded by Batniks, conveyor belts, electrical traps. It really looks like this is Eggman's robot factory. See, if I had to describe Final Egg in one word, it would be metallic. Because this whole level is a metallic, just big factory. That's the best way to describe it. I wish I could talk more about all the aesthetics, but they all kind of blend in together to just dull gray machinery. And the music here is a bit of a mixed bag. Section 1 of the level has this absolutely awesome, groovy tune, but it doesn't fit the level at all. It's an amazing song, but when you hear this, do you think I'm infiltrating the big bad guy's lair? However, Section 2 not only has a track that absolutely fits the vibe, but is also awesome. Here, take a listen to this. And then when you get to the third part of the level, they go back to Section 1's theme, which makes absolutely no sense. Section 2's theme absolutely fits the level. So why they didn't just go with that one for the whole level, I don't know. Also, at one point, you stumble across Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles dolls. Yup, Eggman apparently keeps plushies of his enemies. It is equal parts hilarious and creepy. Like, why does he have these, and why did he make them? Who knows? Anyway, after you finish Final Egg, Sonic finally confronts Eggman in his ultimate mech, the Egg Viper. And yeah, it's a boss in this game. So, it's not that hard, and it's not really that... What's the word I'm looking for? Climactic. This boss is super easy and predictable. Just recognize his patterns, dodge them, then hit him when he makes himself vulnerable. It's super easy and pathetic. However, there is one thing I can give this fight points for, and that is the fact when Eggman's mech is being destroyed, after Sonic beats him and you think the boss is over, he will straight up try to kamikaze Sonic, and you have to dodge his mech just in time. Otherwise, yeah, he'll kill Sonic. Which is a really cool idea. And it's not something a first-time player is gonna see coming. I know I sure didn't. Also, the music here is a dark orchestral piece called Militant Missionary, which I think is a really interesting name for a final boss track. And it's not bad at all, but it's a pretty forgettable track, and it's very generic. Here, take a listen to it. Anyway, after the boss, Eggman is defeated, and he flies off in classic villain fashion. Tails flies over, reunites with Sonic. After doing who knows what, don't worry, we'll get to Tails' story later. And Sonic and him run off through the Mystic Ruins. And Sonic starts singing his theme, It Doesn't Matter. Yeah, every playable character in this game has their own theme song, and all of them but one are vocal tracks. Sonic has my absolute favorite, which is It Doesn't Matter, which is all about Sonic not caring who thinks he's wrong, who thinks he's right, and sometimes not even he knows. But you know what? He doesn't give a fuck what anyone thinks about him, and is gonna do it because he has his way, his own way. See, I relate to the song the most out of all of them. That's why I like it so much. Pretty much, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks of me. I just go my own way and forge my own path. Sure, it's hard. And sure, it's a real pain in the ass. And sure, it's gonna get you hurt. A lot. But that's my way. My own way. You see, you only get one life. So you gotta live it with no regrets, full speed ahead. I'll let you take a listen to part of the song. However, I highly recommend just looking up on YouTube, It Doesn't Matter, or on Spotify if it's there, as it's well worth a full listen.
Just living by my word. Don't
Alright, that's Sonic's campaign wrapped up. We got 5 more to go. And while Sonic's story is easily the best, and the one I almost always come back to, and the levels I replay are mostly from his campaign, some of the other characters are fun. Some, not so much, but we'll get to them eventually. So, why yes, you will have access to everybody should you have completed Sonic's campaign before starting another characters. I'm gonna go over them in the order they unlock, meaning Tails is next. Now, Tails' story starts off with this absolutely hilarious cutscene between what's going on, the horrible facial animations, and the awkward editing. It just makes me laugh so hard.
Everything's working great! All systems go, full speed ahead! Uh-oh, what's this?
Okay, so then we get to watch Sonic rescue Tails, and watch the same cutscene that played after Emerald Coast in Sonic's story, except it's from Tails' perspective. This is a problem with this game, especially in the Dreamcast version, which is my preferred way to play the game. You see, across different campaigns, you're gonna watch the same cutscenes, just from another character's perspective. And they're unskippable. Anyway, the cutscene plays out very similarly as it did in Sonic's story. Just Tails explaining why his plane crashed and inviting Sonic to his workshop in the Mystic Ruins. And then you get to control Tails in the adventure field. He doesn't have a spin dash from the classic games, however he does have his flight ability. Replacing the spin dash is the tail swipe, which is a really decent melee attack. Later it gets overpowered as fuck. Also guys, pro tip, if you go into this area here in Station Square, you can actually get an upgrade for Tails, which lets him fly faster. Just thought I would point that out for you guys. Anyway, the story plays out just like it did in Sonic's story. You fight Eggman in the Mystic Ruins when you get there, see Chaos. Then Sonic and Tails come to the conclusion that the best way to stop Eggman is to get the emeralds before he does. And then you're off to Windy Valley, which you get there the exact same way you did in Sonic's story. Finding the random stone, putting it in the random pedestal, and then hopping into the wind current. This brings you into Tails' first level, Windy Valley, and Tails' levels are mostly trimmed down versions of Sonic's, with one exception later on. The main gimmick is you're racing Sonic to the end. And because Tails can fly, any sense of challenge just melts. I mean, his flight ability pretty much breaks these levels just in half. Like, just look at this footage. I am destroying this level. And all of Tails' levels pretty much are like this. Sure, it can be fun, but I would much rather play this level as Sonic and have some semblance of challenge. Alright, so the next few stages, I'm just gonna rapid fire talk about them. because they're basically just Sonic's stages and story with the racing gimmick slapped on top. In Casinopolis, you race Sonic through the sewers, and in Ice Cap, you race Sonic on the snowboard. Okay, so the story progression is also exactly the same as in Sonic's story. Basically, they get the Chaos Emerald in Casinopolis. Eggman steals that emerald. After Ice Cap, Knuckles shows up. They fight. Then, during the fight, Eggman steals 2 more emeralds. And then we have to fight Chaos 4. Again. So after that, we do Sky Chase again. And then we get shot out of the sky again. And then after the tornado gets shot out of the sky, just like in Sonic's story, Tails finally gets some unique content. And it's kind of weird. First, you get a flashback of Tails chasing Sonic. There's no context, no timestamps, just Tails running after Sonic for some reason. And then he gets up and realizes, wow, I really rely on Sonic a lot. And then he comes to the conclusion, you know what? I'm gonna need a better plane if I'm gonna take on the egg carrier. Hey, I was working on a prototype for an airplane, which requires a Chaos Emerald to power. So, we're off to go find another Chaos Emerald. So you hop into a nearby minecart and head into the Mystic Ruins jungle. Sonic got to explore this area a little bit at the end of his story, but Tails' flight ability lets you see way more of it. With Sonic's story, it was just Lost World and Final Egg. With Tails, you're flying around treetops trying to find a Chaos Emerald somewhere in this jungle. Oh, and as soon as you find the Chaos Emerald, a frog runs up and eats it. You heard that right. A frog eats the Chaos Emerald. And then you chase the frog to Tails' only unique level in his entire campaign, Sand Hill, which this place is awesome. You are snowboarding down a desert hill, or sandboarding, should I say. However, there is one tiny problem with this place. How does it make any logistical sense? We got Ice Cap, a snowy mountain, at one end, we got the Mystic Ruins in the middle, and then we got a freaking desert on the other end. How does this make any sense? These could only be within, I would say, 20 miles of each other. How do you have Ice Cap next to Desert Sand Hill? Fortunately, I have just the man to call to explain it. Sir Isaac Newton! Ahem. I must preface this by saying I'm a physicist, not a geologist. My expertise lies in gravity, motion, and occasionally getting bonked on the head by apples. But even I have a basic grasp of how this bizarre biome could technically exist under very, 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 and very, very, very Pacific conditions. Allow me to explain these very Pacific circumstances. Ice Cap is on a snowy mountain. The Mystic Ruins is in a valley. This would create a cycle where warm, moist air rises, cools when it gets higher in the atmosphere, and then creates snow on Ice Cap, the snowy mountain. And then snow eventually runs off back into the Mystic Ruins, the desert. And then, from what in-game appears to be another mountain range, on the other side of the Mystic Ruins, all the moisture is getting hogged by the jungle, meaning dry air descends, creating a hot, arid zone perfect for sandboarding and frog chasing. Frankly, Even if it is logical, the layout makes Minecraft look like a National Geographic documentary. But if Sonic Adventure wants to flex logic like it's doing push-ups in zero gravity, who am I to argue? I am only here because you won't stop calling me, damn it! Also, how in the hell are you calling me? I've been dead for over 300 years! Oh yeah, I built a time phone. You see, I'm a game designer. I do stuff like this all the time. My time phone lets me call people throughout time and space. You built a phone that violates the laws of time. Yup, it's powered by a Chaos Emerald and a Mortal Kombat arcade cabinet. This makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't have to you. Anyway, I gotta get back to this review, so I'll call you again if I need you. Anyway, now back to talking about Sand Hill. Which, by the way, has one of the best songs in the game. It starts off with this haunting desert chant that instantly sets the mood. Then it shifts into a high energy groove that's easily one of the best tracks in the game. Seriously, take a listen. Something worth noting is this song actually got a remix in Team Sonic Racing. I highly recommend looking it up. I mean, you're obviously already on YouTube, so after this video, take a listen to Team Sonic Racing's remix of Sand Hill. Trust me, if you like this one, you won't be disappointed. Also, as far as visual and vibes go, Sand Hill looks incredible. There's ancient ruins, weird rock snakes bursting from the ground, and a whole lot of visual flair. It's a completely awesome looking stage. I actually really like the aesthetic. Too bad you're only here for about 90 seconds at most. Anyway, as soon as you catch up with this damn frog, and also I have to ask, why in the hell did this damn frog run into the desert? Frogs are amphibious creatures. Wouldn't it make more sense for the frog to go somewhere wet? Whatever. It's Sonic Adventure. Screw logic. Anyway, that strange red light from Sonic's story that led him into the Lost World, as well as yoinked him back into the past, yoinks Tails back into the past to an ancient Echidna city. And this place is cool. You can actually run around and talk to the different echidnas, and they have some surprisingly thoughtful things to say. One of them says their glory will never die, another one warns about gloating in victory. I mean, for a place you only visit for a couple times throughout the game, and only very briefly, the developers clearly went all out in making sure this place felt lived in. Anyway, you have to grab the Rhythm badge while you're here. It's Tails' only required upgrade, and it lets you do his tail swipe indefinitely just by holding down the button. Yeah, that's another thing that basically breaks the game, but it's pretty cool. Anyway, after you grab the upgrade, you head to the base of the pyramid that was clearly inspired by the team's trip to South America, and you meet Tikal, who introduces herself and shares a saying from her grandmother. And it's an interesting moment, but also kind of confusing, so it's best if I just let you watch it and then talk about it afterward.
Hello there, friend. How are you?
What were you saying before?
It's something my grandmother taught me. I'm never to forget it. It goes like this. The servers are the 7 chaos. Chaos is power, power enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos. But I'm still not sure what it all means. But the number 7 is the same as the number of emeralds there are.
Emeralds?
Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before. I'm Tikal. And you are?
Where's the bee?
Weird. Now where was I? Oh yeah, the Chaos Emerald. Perfect! This will get my Tornado 2 up and raring to go.
Yeah, Tails, you said it right, buddy. This is all just weird. Don't worry, you'll understand who the frog is and who the hell the big purple cat is later when we talk about Big's story. But for now, let's go get that Tornado 2 prototype up and running so we can take on the egg carrier. But before we do that, I have one quick question. Does anyone know what this mechanical contraption is here? It looks important, but I cannot see what purpose it serves.
The time has come at last.
Anyway, if you have any theories, leave them in the comments. I'm very interested in hearing them.
Ironed out most of the problems.
Anyway, Tails grabs the Tornado 2, goes after the egg carrier, happens to see Sonic on Red Mountain. Sonic joins in, and boom, Sky Chase Act 2 again. Don't worry, this is the last time we have to do a Sky Chase level. Also, you land on the egg carrier and things play out pretty much the same as they did in Sonic's story. Eggman transforms the ship, so we gotta go into the Sky Deck. And Tails' version of Sky Deck is pathetically easy. Like, it's almost hilarious how easy this level is. Because bottomless pits aren't a problem when you can freaking fly. There is one really cool difference about this level I wanted to point out between the two versions, that being Sonic and Tails. In Sonic's version, when you go into this monkey bar section, the support beam, I'm assuming that's what it is, breaks halfway through. However, in Tails' version, because he's lighter, it doesn't break. I think that's a really cool detail, and I think it's awesome that it was added. Anyway, so, after Sky Deck, things play out again, just like they did in Sonic's story. You rescue Amy, you rescue her bird, you fight Gamma, and then Sonic tells Tails that he needs to take Amy to the ground as the egg carrier is losing altitude. So Tails grabs Amy and flies her down to Station Square before the egg carrier crash lands. Guess who also crash landed in Station Square? Eggman, in his Eggmobile. And he is not in a good mood. Yeah, he's not happy at all that his egg carrier got blown up and his plan failed. But don't worry, he has a backup plan. he pulls out what is essentially an intercontinental ballistic missile and announces he's going to blow up Station Square the old-fashioned way. With a good old-fashioned kaboom. And Tails' reaction to seeing the missile launch is priceless. Just look at this face. It's hilarious. But the missile doesn't go off when it hits because it was a dud. So Eggman now has a backup plan to his backup plan. He's gonna set it off himself. Now, I have some serious questions about all this. For starters, if Eggman had a missile this whole time, why bother resurrecting Chaos? We'll explain how he did that in the next story. Also, why would you set off the missile manually? Like, are you a villain or a suicide bomber? Like, maybe Eggman was going to repair it, then detonate it remotely, but hell if I know. The game never explains. Anyway, so Eggman goes off to do that, and Tails realizes it's up to him to save Station Square, as Sonic is currently exploring the Lost World, meaning he has to step up and be the hero. This kicks off his final level, Speed Highway. Anyway, so now we're at Speed Highway, and let me tell you, this is easily the hardest of Tails' levels. It's the only one where I'll occasionally die here and there. Sure, most of it's still built around Sonic, but the layout somehow works out for Tails. The challenge is pretty good. And the best part, you're racing Eggman, not Sonic. For once, the racing gimmick actually makes sense. It doesn't feel like it was just duct taped on at the last minute. There are actually sections of the level that have been redesigned completely with Tails in mind, which is really cool. Now, I don't ever replay this level unless I'm doing the story campaign. If I ever replay Speed Highway, it's gonna be as Sonic. But I still think they did a decent job with the last level of Tails' campaign. Then, after you beat Eggman to the missile, he throws a tantrum and calls in the Egg Walker, Tails' final boss. And yeah, it's easy. Like, really easy. Compared to the Egg Viper, this thing is a walk in the park. Now, all you have to do to win this boss fight is hold down the tail swipe button, dodge Eggman's attacks. Whenever he makes his legs vulnerable, attack his legs, then attack his cockpit. Repeat that a couple times, and boom, boss beaten. Also, this boss reuses the track from the Egg Viper, that being Militant Missionary, as the boss theme. Just thought I would point that out. Anyway, with that, Eggman flies off, and Sonic will later see him fly by and follow him to his base in Final Egg.
Hey, I did it!
And Tails saved Station Square. Everyone cheers for him, and Tails realizes he did it by himself. Sonic didn't help him. He saved the day on his own. And with that, he flies off to go meet Sonic in the Mystic Ruins, and roll credits. So what do I think of Tails' campaign? It's definitely not my favorite campaign in the game, but it's not the worst. It feels very much like it was thrown together at the last minute. And it's a very repetitive campaign as well. I mean, over 70% of it is the exact same as Sonic's story, just with a racing gimmick thrown on it. So, unless I'm trying to do a full playthrough of the game, I never play Tails' campaign. It's not horrible, but it's not great either. Also, Tails' theme song is Believe in Myself. And don't get me wrong, it's not a bad song, but it's not that great either. There are people out there who absolutely love this track, and hey, more power to you. but I personally don't enjoy it that much. Here, I'll let you take a little listen to part of it so you can get the general idea of its tone. And if you want to listen to the whole thing, just look it up on YouTube. Here you go, take a listen to this.
When all alone in my bed, I just go without yearning. I wanna be cool. I also wanna be like him, but that's not something I can do so easily. This is not simply my way, my style. Gotta get a hold of my life. I wanna fly high so I can reach the highest of all the heavens. Somebody will be waiting for me, so I have gotta fly higher. Gotta keep going. Everything is a brand new challenge for me. I will believe in myself. This is the only start for me.
Alright, so our next campaign is Knuckles the Echidna, returning from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and he's finally playable in 3D. His campaign actually kicks off before the main story, and gives us a glimpse into how Chaos was resurrected. Alright, so Eggman shows up in his egg carrier, and somehow blows up the Master Emerald while Knuckles was, I assume he was sleeping. It releases that strange red-orange light we see throughout the game, the one that shows us visions of the past and occasionally gives you directions when you're stuck. Also, Chaos emerges as well, curb stomps Knuckles, and vanishes, leaving the Master Emerald shattered in pieces. And now we've got a problem. Without the Master Emerald, Angel Island can't float, meaning it's about to crash into the ocean. See, in the game, you only see a small section of the island, the shrine and the bridge. But if you look at the pre-rendered cutscenes, you can spot mountains and a much larger landmass. You can even see Ice Cap in the distance if you look closely. Now, before anyone says anything, I highly doubt the Ice Cap we visit in Sonic Adventure is the same one from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. The one in this game has ski resorts and snowboarders, according to the NPCs, and also the level itself when you play it. So yeah, it's a different Ice Cap. But it does make you wonder, where in the hell did all that extra real estate go? Because in the game, it's just a glorified hill with a shrine. Or in-game, but you get what I mean. So after Chaos disappears, Knuckles realizes he has to restore the Master Emerald. The next time we see him, he's in Station Square, basically saying, "Alright, time to go find the shards." And off he goes. Now, cool story, if you talk to some of the NPCs, they'll basically say they saw green meteorites crash down last night, meaning the Master Emerald shards are in Station Square. Anyway, so after we destroy some government property and commit trespassing, we enter Knuckles' first stage, Speed Highway, specifically the At Dawn section. And Knuckles has kept a lot of his moveset from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. He has his glide, his wall climb, and he has a punch combo. The only thing missing is the spin dash. But honestly, he doesn't really need it. I also better explain how Knuckles' levels play. You see, they're built around exploring smaller sections of Sonic's levels that were the most open. Like how At Dawn was mostly focused around exploration, well, now you get to explore it with all of Knuckles' abilities. And instead of getting to the end, you gotta find 3 pieces of the Master Emerald using your Emerald Radar in the level. So the Emerald Radar will blink faster and change color as you get closer to the Master Emerald Shard. And if you absolutely cannot find a shard of the Master Emerald, you can always go to the red orb in level, and she will show you the general direction of where you need to go. Honestly, these levels are a ton of fun. And also, the Emerald Shard locations are randomized every time you play the level, meaning you never know where you're gonna find one. It makes these levels extremely replayable. Also, they are a ton of fun. So as far as Speed Highway as a level goes, I don't really have that much to say about this level, other than what I already said when talking about Sonic's version. You do get to visit some interesting locations as Knuckles that you didn't get to see as Sonic, mostly the rooftops. And Knuckles' flight and climbing means you can explore it way easier. But other than that, I don't really have much to say about Knuckles' version of Speed Highway. Before we move on though, we have to ask one very important question. How in the heck does Knuckles fly, or glide, or whatever he's doing? Because here's the thing, echidnas are a real life animal, and I hate to break it to you guys, but they don't glide or fly. You see, real life echidnas are basically spiny anteaters. They are egg-laying mammals that live in Australia and New Guinea, and they eat ants and termites, which they slurp up with a really long tongue. And they are covered in spikes and spines. And they curl up into a spiky ball when threatened, much like a porcupine. But here's the thing, they are ground-dwelling mammals. They do not fly. So of course, I had to Google how Knuckles can do this. Turns out, according to the Archie comics, Knuckles flies, or glides, I should say, by trapping air under his dreadlocks and using them like a glider. Let me rephrase that. Knuckles glides because of his fucking dreadlocks. Fortunately, I know just who to call. Give me 1 second to get out my time phone and... Sir Isaac Newton! What is it now? Hey, so I've got a question. Apparently Knuckles the Echidna flies using his dreadlocks. Can you explain how that could work, if it even can work? Damn it. The God help us. The Echidna is flying. Look, I have more important things to do than answer questions for your YouTube channel, whatever that is. So please, use your fancy smancy time phone thingamajigger and call someone else. Someone who understands aviation. I'm a physicist, not a hair-based propulsion specialist. Goodbye. Well, that didn't go well. Okay, so... Knuckles can glide because game logic says he can. The comics try to justify it with the dreadlocks, but physics says nope. Anyway, let's move on. The next stage is Casinopolis. And yes, once again, you have to hit the stupid button on the roof to open the front door. Seriously, how does anyone get into this casino without climbing the freaking roof? It makes no logical sense. Anyway, Knuckles' version of Casinopolis is far more open than Sonic's. Instead of pinball tables being the primary draw, instead, you explore the lobby area and get to go to this huge top section with pirate ships and robot pirates. There's also a weird mechanical lion head. I don't know why that's here. And the level is extremely vertical, so you get to climb and glide through a lot of it. And do you guys remember that golden Sonic statue you can unlock by collecting 4,000 rings? Well, in Knuckles' story, it's already there. You actually have to break it, at least in my playthrough I did, to get a Master Emerald Shard. You just punch the feet at the cracked section, and boom, the whole statue just explodes. It's kind of hilarious, honestly. So, does this mean it's canon that Sonic got 4,000 rings in Casinopolis? I don't know, but we're a bunch of Sonic fans here, so we like coming up with random lore and bullshit just for the fun of it. Am I right, guys? I'm right. So, let's keep talking about Sonic Adventure for now. As soon as you finish Casinopolis, that mysterious red orb shows up again, and boom, Knuckles is teleported back to the ancient Echidna City. And yeah, Knuckles isn't exactly the sharpest emerald in the pile. Yeah, he shows up here, doesn't know what's going on, and he doesn't think to question the glowing orb. He doesn't think to question the fact that he's surrounded by a bunch of people who look just like him. He just kind of shrugs it off and rolls with it. You explore the city for a bit, and eventually you run into the Echidna girl talking to her father, who appears to be the tribal leader. And this cutscene is hard to explain in words, so I'll just show it to you. Here.
Father, please don't!
To call, the 7 emeralds are essential to our survival. It is for the good of all our people.
How can I make you understand? Attacking other countries, stealing and killing can't be the right path to peace. No one has the right to take their holy grounds. I beg you, Father!
Huh? Now where am I? Back in Station Square, I see. What's going on here anyway?
I don't even know what to say about Knuckles after watching his reaction here. I mean, the guy clearly isn't that smart. And just kind of wants to get his job done by the looks of it. So, moving on with Knuckles' story. A cool detail I want to point out is right after Casinopolis in Knuckles' story, you can actually see Sonic and Tails unconscious from the gas Eggman used on them after they got done with this level. Knuckles sees them and just wonders what the heck they're doing and continues onward. Really cool hidden detail, or side detail I should say. We then head into the Station Square Hotel lobby, and there is Eggman, suspiciously carrying the Chaos Emerald he stole from Sonic and Tails earlier. Knuckles, being the lovable dimwit he is, assumes it's a Master Emerald shard and follows him upstairs. And the conversation goes something like this. Nah, Knuckles, this isn't a Master Emerald shard, it's a Chaos Emerald. And Knuckles is like, okay, cool. Then Eggman gives the emerald to Chaos, who evolves into Chaos 2 and immediately attacks Knuckles. Because apparently, Eggman wants to use Knuckles as a guinea pig for testing Chaos's new powers. So this boss fight takes place in the hotel restaurant, and it's a one-on-one brawl. Chaos 2 is powered by 2 Chaos Emeralds, and the best strategy to beat this boss is to fly into his head whenever he transforms into his normal form, as most of the time he's a big water bubble bouncing around. Sure, you could technically just spam the punch button and hope for the best, but flying into his head, I've learned, is the best strategy. Also, this boss reuses the same track from Chaos 0, Chaos 4, so yeah. Just thought I'd let you know. So, after the fight, Eggman casually tells Knuckles, oh yeah, Sonic's looking for the Master Emerald shards too! And Knuckles is like, I better get to the bottom of this. As if Eggman literally did not trick him in Sonic 3 and Knuckles and steal the Master Emerald last time. Knuckles, buddy, you're strong, you're loyal, but you're not exactly the brightest emerald in the shrine. So after that, we head off to the Mystic Ruins, and our next destination is Red Mountain. But first, we need to grab and upgrade the Shovel Claw from a cave in the Mystic Ruins. And here's where things get kind of funny. You see, once you grab the Shovel Claw, you're locked in this cave, and the exit is guarded by a monkey robot. No problem. You dig around and find the monkey destruction switch. Yes, that's its actual name. You place it near the monkey, and it blows it up. Talk about convenience. I mean, there is no logical reason this thing should exist other than the gameplay. And it's honestly just hilarious that there's a switch called the monkey destruction switch. So you have to carry this monkey destruction switch all the way to Red Mountain. You use it to blow up the monkey guarding the entrance, and boom, you're in. So Red Mountain is Knuckles' third stage, and honestly, it's probably my favorite stage out of his entire campaign. It's the largest and most open of Knuckles' levels. You can explore the mountain ranges and the cliffside platforms, and just go all over this place. Like, in Sonic's version, you only got to see maybe half this level. With Knuckles, you get to explore the whole thing, and there are so many areas you could not reach with Sonic, and it's just so awesome. Anyway, this level really feels like it's a precursor to Pumpkin Hill from Sonic Adventure 2, and trust me, that's a good thing. And it's probably the level that utilizes Knuckles' abilities to their fullest extent. Also, funny story about this playthrough is because all the Emerald Shard locations are randomized every time you play, they always end up somewhere different, and this time around, they all ended up near the bottom of the map within 15 seconds of each other. It's just, kind of thought you guys would find that funny. I most certainly got a kick out of it when I realized they were all right next to each other. And then after Red Mountain, we hit the same story beat we've seen twice already. Knuckles sees Sonic and assumes he's stealing Master Emerald Shards. They fight, Chaos 4 shows up, everyone realizes Eggman's the real issue, and yada 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 is the exact same sequence from Sonic and Tails' campaigns. Knuckles, buddy, seriously, you were already tricked by Eggman in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Why in the hell would you trust him again? After the Chaos 4 fight, Knuckles heads into the deep jungle to find the remaining pieces of the Master Emerald. And this section is pretty interesting. Before we even start heading towards the temple, you can actually grab an optional power-up, the Fighting Gloves, also known as the Super Knuckle Attack. Apologies, I said it wrong. Super Heat Knuckle Attack. All you gotta do to get it is glide over to the far corner of the jungle above the tree line. There should be a platform right about here. You go on there, and boom, you now have your power-up. Now, like I said before, it's completely optional, but I always get it just because I can. So to enter the next level, Lost World, you need to place 2 stone statues on the pedestals in front of the temple door. Now, I've heard so many people say they get lost here every single time, but honestly, it's a very easy section to get by. I've never had any trouble here. Your first statue is literally right by the jungle entrance. Like, you can't miss it. As soon as you exit the minecart, there it is. The second one is a little harder to get, but not really. You walk away from the temple, take a turn into the jungle, then take the next turn, and then you dig right here, and boom, second statue. Super easy to find. You place both statues by the temple door, and boom, you're in Knuckles' 4th stage, Lost World. Now, Knuckles' version of Lost World, like pretty much all of his other stages, is just a repurposed section of Sonic's level. You're in this big room, and you just gotta find the Emerald Shards. This level's actually pretty easy, like ridiculously easy, thanks to Knuckles' climbing ability. Also, unlike all of Knuckles' other stages, this level actually gets a unique music track specifically for Knuckles' version of the level. It has a very jazzy, atmospheric vibe that really fits the Ancient Ruins aesthetic. And we all know how much I love Ancient Ruins. Here, take a listen. After you complete the level, the red orb shows up again and teleports Knuckles into the past to watch another vision. Now, like all the other past visions, it's better for me to show, not tell, so here you go.
I beg of you, hear me now. My father is coming here soon, and I fear what may happen. You must take everyone away from here. Oh, please! So, are you saying you can't leave this place? I understand. Let me talk to my father again. There must be a better way to do this. Don't worry, my friends. I won't let you down. I must do something quickly.
Anyway, after that, Knuckles wakes up in front of the Master Emerald Shrine. Confused and still not knowing what in the hell's going on. So, he's like, whatever.
I'm back in front of the altar.
And gets the pieces of the Master Emerald he has collected so far and puts the emerald back together. However, it's incomplete. But it does show Knuckles a vision of the egg carrier. So, Knuckles does know where the last few shards are. They're on Eggman's egg carrier. Problem: he has no idea where the egg carrier is. Solution: Gamma just casually walks past Knuckles, and Knuckles is like, hey, I bet if I follow that robot, he'll lead me to Eggman's base. So with that, it's time to track down the final shards and finish the job. So if you already played Sonic's story, you know exactly where Eggman's home base is. It's at the very end of the Mystic Ruins, right where you entered Final Egg from. Once you get there, Knuckles sneaks onto the egg carrier right before it takes off. So to find the shards, Knuckles has to enter a door underneath the pool. However, when you first get on there, the pool is full of water. So, you're supposed to walk around until Eggman changes the shape of the ship, just like he did in Sonic's story. Yes, Knuckles and Sonic are on the egg carrier at the exact same time. So, you can go back to the pool room and enter the door on the bottom to get to the last level, Skydeck. However, before we do that, I have one very important question. Which is, why does Eggman have such a big pool and all these lawn chairs if he is the only person that's supposed to be on this ship. I don't know. Maybe he throws big pool parties and has all the hot girls show up. I mean, he has a lot of money, obviously, so I wouldn't put it past him. And we all know the ladies like the money. Okay, so now let's talk about Knuckles' final stage, Skydeck. And this takes place in the final section of Sonic's version with a really cool twist. You see, by jacking with this lever, Knuckles can change the ship's orientation, changing the gravity and the tilt. Now, sometimes, thanks to the Emerald's random spawning nature, you won't have to use this mechanic. However, sometimes it will spawn the Emeralds in locations where you'll have to change the ship's orientation in order to reach them. Oh, and in case you're wondering, yes, this is why in Sonic's version of the level, the ship is changing orientation and is going all out of whack because Knuckles was jacking with this lever while Sonic was going through the Skydeck. Now that we've collected all the Emerald shards, let's take them back to the shrine and...
Master Emerald. Huh? Oh no, not again.
Oh, come on. Again? This is the third flashback sequence we've had with Knuckles. Luckily, this one's pretty short. So, here, just take a watch.
Hey, what happened here?
I couldn't stop them. They came, and my father... I had no idea how bad this would turn out. I'm shocked.
Look! It's the Emerald! Wait! Is this a dream? It's more like a nightmare.
Anyway, now that that's over, I guess we need to find a way to get off this ship. Somehow. Just as Knuckles is about to hop off the egg carrier, he sees a big flashing light. Turns out it's Sonic defeating Chaos 6. Knuckles runs into Sonic for like 5 seconds before Sonic jumps off to go handle Eggman. And Knuckles, well, he's left to clean up the mess because it turns out Chaos 6 wasn't quite finished yet. So Knuckles gets his own final boss fight against Chaos 6. This fight is similar to Sonic's version, but with a few key differences. Eggman isn't dropping bombs, they're just scattered around the arena. Also, the arena itself is also damaged, so there's parts of it where you can't stand on without taking damage. Also, I discovered that, you see, you can play this boss like Sonic's version, where you punch the bombs or hit them, and Chaos 6 sucks them up. He freezes, then you attack him. I do not know if this works in Sonic's version. However, I have found out that you can pick up the ice bombs and throw them directly into Chaos 6's mouth to freeze him instantly, so you don't have to wait for the weird suction attack. You're welcome, by the way. Another cool tip, if you grab the Super Heat Knuckle attack earlier, that attack does double damage to this boss, just like Sonic's Lightspeed attack. With all those tricks, Chaos 6 goes down in under a minute. And after the fight, Knuckles finds the 6 Chaos Emeralds, which Chaos left behind, and hauls them back to his island, along with the final Master Emerald shards. When he gets back, he places the shards on the shrine and boom, Angel Island rises back into the sky. Knuckles is back where he started this adventure. He doesn't know what just happened. He doesn't know why he was involved, but he's at peace. And for Knuckles, that's enough for him. So, overall, what did I think of Knuckles' story? Well, it's my second favorite campaign, right behind Sonic's campaign. The treasure hunting stages are super replayable thanks to the RNG shard placement. Sure, it's very short, but it's a ton of fun.
Forever.
And I do come back to these levels on the occasion.
Guarding the Master
As for Knuckles' theme song, Unknown from ME, it is also my second favorite character theme. I usually don't like rap songs, but this one's pretty decent. After you're done with the video, look it up. I'll give you a quick sneak peek of it right here. Here, take a listen.
Rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath. First test, feel the right, then the worst left.
Born on an island in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is to save the flower from evil deterioration. Yeah.
I will be the one to set your heart free, true. Cleanse yourself with them evil spirits that's in you.
And the one campaign I really don't want to talk about, but I have to. And it's my least favorite campaign of all. Yes, I hate this campaign worse than I hate Biggs. It is Amy Rose's campaign in Sonic Adventure. I hate this section of the game, and I would remove it if I could. But I can't, so we're gonna have to play it and talk about it. So Amy's story starts with her shopping in Station Square, reminiscing about her time with Sonic and how she hasn't seen him since the events of Sonic CD. Then the egg carrier flies overhead, casting a massive shadow on the city. Then a bird, seemingly coming from the egg carrier, flies into her and knocks her to the ground. Yes, somehow that tiny bird flying into her and knocking her to the ground is very believable compared to some of the crap that's coming up next. Then a robot named Zero shows up and starts chasing her. Amy ducks into a restaurant right in front of him. Yes, she was 10 feet away from him. She ducks into a restaurant, and somehow he just doesn't follow her in and can't seem to find her. How? Is this robot blind or something? Anyway, realizing the little bird is in danger, Amy decides that she is going to be its bodyguard. Basically. And then she just runs around the city for no apparent reason until she runs into Sonic randomly. And things play out as you'd expect. Just like they did in Sonic's story. Basically, she shows up, tries to convince Sonic to be the bird's bodyguard. He ain't about it. She decides she's gonna tag along with him whether he likes it or not.
Amy.
Not long after, they end up at Twinkle Park. And then the robot shows up again. And before anything else can happen, for some reason, Amy decides now's a great time to realize, hey, cute couples get in free. And she's like, hey, Hey, Sonic! Let's go into the amusement park. Now we made it to Amy's first action stage, Twinkle Park. And this is where her gameplay flaws really start to show. For starters, she's slow, like painfully slow. Then we got the problem of her only attack being her Pico Pico hammer. And except in one particular circumstance, you have to be to a complete stop. It's got a delay, a weird hitbox, and you're stuck in place once you've committed to the hammer. What is this, Dark Souls? Also, did I mention she's constantly being chased by Zero, the robot? You can't kill him. You could just knock him back if he gets too close. So yeah, that also really sucks. There's only one good thing about her moveset, and that is if you manage to hit top speed, you can pull off a hammer jump. It's a really cool trick that launches her upward and does an attack with her hammer when she goes off the ground. But that is it. That is the only fun move and good move she has in her arsenal. So all of her levels are her running away from Zero, trying to get to the end, and grabbing a balloon. Yes, I said a balloon. You escape Zero by floating away on a balloon. So let's talk about the level itself, Twinkle Park. And I've already mentioned before that it is the most forgettable stage for me. When I was talking about Sonic's campaign, you start out on the outside, flip some switches, then you get to go into the castle itself. So this section of the level, I like the idea of it, but not so much the execution. You can clearly see inside the castle, they are going for a very horror vibe, as the music is very dark and eerie, and it sounds like it belongs in Resident Evil, not Sonic Adventure. Here, take a listen to it and tell me what you think. The song definitely fits the location, but it just seems a little out of place in a Sonic game. There are some really cool ideas in this castle. For example, there are sections to where you have to look in the mirrors to see what parts of the floor will give away when you step on them. However, one thing ruins this whole experience: the camera. The camera's in a fixed position the whole time, and it just makes it hard to control Amy correctly. I guess they took one too many notes from the Resident Evil franchise. Anyway, it doesn't take long after you leave the castle to grab the balloon and get away from Zero. At least temporarily. Because as soon as you exit the level, Zero shows up and kidnaps Amy because she lost sight of Sonic and was by herself. Real smooth move, girl. Anyway, we do actually get some context as to how Amy escaped. Because remember that robot, Gamma, that showed up in Sonic and Tails' story? He also made a cameo in Knuckles' story as well. Well, here he is. And somehow, Amy convinced him to be a good guy by talking to him.
What do you want?
Yes, she didn't hack him. She didn't reprogram him. Just pure emotional persuasion on a fucking robot. I don't get it. I just don't.
Why not?
So she makes friends with the robot, and he lets her out. Yes, this actually happens. Also, you can open these cells, and I found this, what looks to be a black egg in one of them. Does anyone know what this is? If so, leave it in the comments. I'm actually very curious to know what the hell this thing is. After escaping though, Amy enters a room with Eggman's arcade machine, Hedgehog Hammer, a whack-a-mole style game where you whack Sonic dolls for points, but avoid the Eggman dolls, which deduct points. Anyway, after you beat the high score, not only do you get to progress further in the story, but you actually get the Warrior Feather, which allows Amy to perform the Spin Hammer attack. Basically, it's a goofy, spinny attack that lets her attack everything around her. It's not very useful because you're stuck in place when you do it, and I have never found a use for it other than the fact that if you use it long enough, Amy will get dizzy and start stumbling around like she's drunk. It's actually really funny. With that out of the way, we can talk about Amy's second level, Hot Shelter, which is a level we have not seen yet in any of the other campaigns. And right off the bat, Amy's version is stupidly long. Like, I spent almost 10 minutes going through this level. And it's repetitive and very boring. It's basically a slow action platformer with a bunch of stupidly easy puzzles, like rotating levers and color-coded box sorting. Anyway, so for all you who have no idea what Hot Shelter is, because I know a lot of Sonic fans seem to be kind of confused about this, my theory is this is the egg carrier's engine room. I mean, like, look at the place. There's machinery everywhere, and I'm pretty sure all the water is here to cool off the engines when they get too hot. And the music of this place is awesome. Here, take a listen to Section 1's theme. It is on fire! Now, funny story, Section 2 had me fooled for a bit. As for the first few seconds, I thought it was gonna go for the horror vibe we heard in Twinkle Park Castle. But like 5 seconds in, it's like, screw this, let's rock the place! Also, why does Eggman have multi-stalled restrooms? Like, you actually go into a restroom in the second part of the level, and I have no idea why this is here if Eggman is the only organic life form on this ship. You know what? I'm gonna use this as more evidence to my fan theory that Eggman throws big parties on the egg carrier. Or at least, he plans to. So after almost 10 minutes, yes, this level is that long, you grab the balloon. Seriously, what's this balloon doing in the middle of Hot Shelter? And then that red light shows up again and teleports Amy to the past. So, true story. The first time I played this game, I got stuck here. Like, I wandered around the Echidna City for 30 solid minutes trying to figure out what to do and where to go. Eventually, I got so mad that I just looked it up online, and it turns out all you have to do is walk backwards from where you spawned to go to the Master Emerald Shrine. And, well, this is the flashback Amy gets.
Yoga! Ciao! Don't be afraid. You're safe with me.
Gee, what was that? I wonder if I'm dreaming. Oh my! I need to get out of this place!
So, after that randomness happens, Amy runs out onto the egg carrier deck, and Eggman intercepts her. And things play out just like they did in Sonic and Tails' stories. Sonic and Tails show up, Eggman steals the bird, extracts the Chaos Emerald hidden inside the pendant, Gamma shows up, Sonic fights him and prepares to destroy him, but Amy stops him. And now we finally understand why Amy randomly stopped Sonic from smashing Gamma. She made friends with him. After Sonic agrees not to kill Gamma, she tells Gamma that he doesn't have to follow Eggman's orders, and he can be his own person. And somehow, it works. And the egg carrier is losing altitude, so Sonic goes and does his own thing, Gamma flies off, and Amy and Tails fly down to Station Square. And while Tails runs off to go deal with his own story and the Eggman shenanigans, Amy talks to the bird for a second and basically says, I rely on Sonic a lot. I need to be more independent. Then she notices something strange. That necklace the bird is wearing, well, it has a picture of its family inside of it. Now, I have very serious questions. Who took the photo? Who made the pendant? And how did this bird get it? I mean, how? It's not anthropomorphic like Sonic or Tails. It's just a normal bird. No speech, no thumbs, but somehow it has a locket with a professionally printed photo inside. How? Well, logic has officially left the building when it comes to Amy's story. So, Amy decides she's gonna help the bird find its family and heads to Eggman's base in the Mystic Ruins, which leads to her final stage, Final Egg. Gameplay-wise, well, first off, it's very short, only about 2 minutes long. And it's very similar to Sonic's version in design and level layout, just with Amy's far slower controls. Oh, and Zero shows up again randomly for no apparent reason. He just shows up. The only noteworthy thing I can say about this level is it has a randomized door exit puzzle where you have to pick one of the doors and hope it's the right one, because most of them are just dead ends, and it's randomized every time you play the game. Yes, it is as dumb as it sounds. Now, honestly, the only good thing I can say about this level is it's the shortest Amy level. That is it. Anyway, after we're done wasting our time in Final Egg, and the bird's family was not there, Amy concludes, hey, you escaped from the egg carrier, meaning your family might still be there. So with that, we're off to the egg carrier. So, Amy heads to the egg carrier, which has now crashed into the ocean. True story, on my first playthrough, I had no idea where to go. Turns out, you just need to head to the alcove under the train station in the Mystic Ruins, and there's a random boat there. Don't ask where it came from, and it takes you to the floating wreckage of the egg carrier. Yes, the egg carrier floats. It's a massive metal warship, but apparently it's buoyant enough to float in the middle of the ocean. I have no idea why. Most characters can actually explore this place post-crash. I actually tried it out with Sonic, and yeah, you can go to the alcove and explore this place, whether you're actually required to do it in story or not. I thought I would clarify that because I mentioned something about 2 hours earlier saying not all characters get to explore it. Turns out I was wrong. Not all characters get to explore it in the story. After you beat the story and you can go wherever in the hub world with any character, yeah, you can go explore it. Once you arrive, Amy finds the bird's family flying around, and they have a reunion. And it's an okay moment until Zero shows up again and attacks the bird, injuring it. Amy thinks the bird is dead and goes completely ballistic on Zero, leading to her final boss fight against the robot that's been chasing her throughout her entire campaign. Now, beating Zero is super easy. Just hammer him into the electric fence. When the weak spot on his head is exposed, hammer his head, repeat 3 times, and Zero goes boom. It's not hard, but it's definitely a little better than most of the other bosses in the game. Also, the fight uses a Zero's theme that was used in the cutscenes, so it's extremely forgettable. I will play you the boss theme out of obligation, but nothing else, because it is extremely forgettable. After the fight, the bird turns out to be just fine, and he flies off with its family. After Amy walks off, she realizes, I can do things by myself. I don't need Sonic, and I'm gonna make him respect me. Yeah, too bad. I'm pretty sure every other game in the series completely forgets about this. And with that, cue credits. So, about Amy's campaign. Yeah, I'm not a fan. The gameplay is slow and clunky. The story is full of logic holes, more than I think any other campaign. And really, this whole campaign just feels like filler content. It doesn't ruin Sonic Adventure for me, but it's the one campaign I never look forward to when I'm doing a replay of the game. Some people love this campaign, and hey, more power to you. But for me, it's a campaign of pain, and I am glad to be done with it. Oh yeah, I gotta talk about Amy's theme, My Sweet Passion. It's not a song I like. It is very weird. You got some lyrics like this.
I know that you're lucky, colors that cool shade. Won't mind painting myself blue for you.
Which makes sense. And then you get lyrics like this. What the hell is it even saying?
Understand the feelings of a person. So cute. I had to shave it.
So yeah, not a big fan of this song. I only ever listen to it if it just happens to be on a Sonic music playlist I'm listening to or something. I'll let you listen to a chunk of it, but be warned, it's bizarre and weird. Next up, we have everyone's favorite walking meme, Big the Cat. And I'll say, right up front, this campaign doesn't deserve all the hate it gets. Is it tacked on? Absolutely. Is it completely irrelevant to the overall story? Yup. But it's not that bad, especially if you know how to play it. Big's story kicks off in the Mystic Ruins, right after Eggman frees Chaos. A piece of Chaos falls near his house and possesses Froggy. This gives Froggy a tail, by the way. Froggy then eats Big's Chaos Emerald and runs off. Big is very confused, doesn't know what the heck's going on, and chases him to Station Square. Then through the sewers, and then finally into Twinkle Park, leading to Big's first action stage. You see, Big's gameplay is all about fishing, and most people get stuck on this for hours, I kid you not. But it's actually very easy and simple once you know what you're doing. First, you gotta find Froggy in the water. In Twinkle Park, he's usually by the staircase, in that corner in the water. Cast your line, preferably in front of him, and when he bites, tap right, left, up, or down. One or the other should work, but do not tap them too fast. And you don't have to tap all of them, just a handful of them until you get him. Once you hook him, press the reel buttons, which are action and jump, by the way. And you gotta keep the tension balance. So don't hold him down for too long or you'll break the line. But don't let him go for too long either. Otherwise, he'll escape. It's all about balance here. Also, there are upgrades in the hub world that let you upgrade your lure. So if you're having a hard time catching Froggy, just explore a little bit and find a few of those. Yes, Big's gameplay is very simple. And it's very slow. But once you understand the mechanics, this campaign goes by insanely fast. So after you catch Froggy in Twinkle Park, you'd expect a cutscene explaining where to go next, right? Nope. Instead, you get a statue falling from the sky, the Ice Cap statue, and boom, you're off to Ice Cap with no context or dialogue, just here's the ice statue. Go. Oh, just figured I'd take note here that you do end up getting the life belt right before you enter Ice Cap. It's the upgrade that lets Big float and swim in the water. Now, generally, when I play Big's version of Ice Cap, it's over in like 30 seconds. Because Froggy spawns within like 5 feet of where Big starts, so it's super easy. However, this time I noticed a cave underneath where I was fishing for Froggy, so I figured, why not? I got the time. So I dove down there and actually found a whole hidden area. There's even a lure upgrade here, if you can figure out how to get to it, which I did. And there's freaking dinosaur bones here as well, which is really freaking cool. Anyway, once I got the second lure upgrade, I caught Froggy in like 30 seconds, and I'm just dropped back into the hub world with no context or cutscenes. I mean, I thought I catched Froggy again for the second time. Look, the lack of cutscenes, awkward level transitions, and general pacing of this story and its length tell me the developers were running out of time big time when they were making Big's campaign. Honestly, I feel like if they were that crunched for time, they should have focused on ironing out the bugs in some of the other stories, and not trying to make this one, which barely has any relevance to the plot. But hey, what do I know? I mean, at the very least, explain how I'm catching Froggy over and over again, and somehow I have to go catch him again somewhere else? I mean, is he getting away from Big? Was that not the real Froggy? I mean, come on, give me some context here. Okay, quick edit. So I actually found out there is a way to get an idea of what's going on in the story and why Big is chasing Froggy everywhere despite him just catching him. You see, whenever you save the game and come back to it, that character will give you a recap of what went down basically the last time you played and where you need to go next. With Big, it's basically, oh yeah, I caught Froggy here and he got away again. It's stupid and it's as lame as it sounds, but it is something. When you return to the main area of the Mystic Ruins, the same cutscene from Tails' story plays, where Tails and Big interacted, except this time we got context as to what the hell this big purple cat is and what he's doing. Basically, he saw Tails had Froggy and was trying to run and get him. Now, whether Big was trying to tackle Tails or he just tripped and fell, I don't know. Oh, and if you thought this cutscene was funny, you ain't seen nothing yet. Before we head off to the next level, I thought I would point out that you can actually go to the jungle area of the Mystic Ruins, go to Big's house, push over his bed, and actually get a fishing pole upgrade. Yeah, most people completely miss this upgrade because it's not required for the main story. Also, you're not required to even go to this part of the map for the story. I just thought it would be cool if I pointed it out. Also, can someone explain this logic to me? So Big is one of the slowest moving characters in the game, okay? Yet, when it comes to climbing ladders, he is the absolute fastest. How does this make any logical sense? You know what? I need to stop asking that question because so much stuff in this game just makes zero sense. Also, at this point in Big's story, you can actually run into Sonic and talk to him.
That robot! I'd better go after Amy! That robot!
Yeah, Sonic, you're doing a really good job just standing there. Really looks like you're in a big hurry. Next up, we got Big's third action stage, Emerald Coast. And right off the bat, Big's version actually has its own unique music. Here, take a listen. version is much smaller than Sonic's, but it's still pretty cool. Also, there's a hidden area underneath this rock that I found. Thought I'd show you guys. Yeah, it's completely pointless for the story, and there's nothing worthwhile in here, but I still thought it was pretty cool. Anyway, with all the upgrades that we have, once you find Froggy, you can catch him in like 30 seconds. It's not a challenge at all. Then this cutscene plays, which always makes me laugh so hard.
Not too bad. Froggy? Uh-oh. No! Hold on there! Come back, please! Give me my friend back! I'm begging you, please!
Yeah, Big is just so big and goofy that I just love laughing at him. I mean, that's the best part about this campaign, is just how goofy and ridiculous it is. Anyway, now we've somehow made our way to the egg carrier, where Big's final level is located. Hot Shelter. And it is the only Big level that requires basic platforming. And I mean very basic. We're talking jump over some water and jump up some stairs, basic. You find Froggy in Eggman's aquarium. So you press a button, drain the aquarium, flood the room, and in no time, we capture Froggy for the 4th time. Also, I wonder why Eggman has an aquarium in his engine room. I guess Eggman just likes fish.
Not too bad.
Maybe being around a bunch of fish and fish tanks calms Eggman's nerves while he's doing work on the engine. I mean, it's a theory. A game theory. Oh, also, right about now, that red light shows up and shows Big a vision of the past. Here, take a watch.
Where am I? Froggy? Huh?
Wow. Is it all right for me to be here? So do you trust me? So these are the 7 emeralds. Could it be? The servers are the 7 Chaos Emeralds, unified by one that is the controller. The 7 Chaos... the controller itself. Could this be the emerald that controls the 7 Chaos?
Froggy? I don't like the looks of this place. If something happens now, there's no point to my rescuing you. I don't know who would bother to save us both. We better get going, buddy!
Emergency alert has been
You just gotta love how Big reacts to that. I mean, it just goes to show how shoehorned into the story Big is. I mean, you could remove that flashback out of his story entirely, and it would change nothing. Anyway, so after that, Big has to escape the egg carrier with Froggy. And during that process, they run into Eggman and Chaos. And Chaos decides he wants to take back the part of himself that possessed Froggy. So he does that. And he gets the Chaos Emerald that Froggy had swallowed in the beginning of the story. As well as the Chaos Emerald Eggman had stolen from Amy's bird earlier. Oh, and then, just for laughs, Chaos decides he's gonna eat Froggy. And then Sonic shows up. And they talk for a second, that being Big and Sonic, and they agree, we're gonna team up and we're gonna get your friend back. And with that, we start Big's final boss, Chaos 6. And how you beat this boss is kind of weird. So the goal isn't to defeat Chaos, it's to fish Froggy out of Chaos. And how the heck are you supposed to do this? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I just keep throwing my fishing line into Chaos over and over again until eventually I catch Froggy. This generally takes me only a minute or two. I'm sure there's like an official strategy out there. I just don't know it, and I don't really care. So after we get Froggy out of Chaos, we still gotta get off the egg carrier. And how Big does this is absolutely hilarious. Just watch this and tell me you weren't on the floor laughing your ass off.
What? Hey, maybe we could use this. But I don't know the first thing about it. Oh well, I'll give it a try anyway.
Yeah, I was in the Civil Air Patrol, so I know planes aren't as simple as, hey, let's fly this. They are extremely complex and require a lot of time to learn how to fly or even do basic stuff in them. So how Big flew one, despite him never seeing one, I will never get. But logic just takes a backseat when it comes to Sonic Adventure. And with that, we've completed Big the Cat's story. A story that does not deserve all the hate it gets. Is it tacked on? Yeah. Is it amazing? No. But it's not that bad, and it will get some laughs out of you. Trust me. Oh, and we gotta talk about Big's character theme. Lazy Days, Living in Paradise. And yeah, it's pretty good. It has a very upbeat rhythm. It has very upbeat and catchy lyrics. It's not It Doesn't Matter or Unknown from M.E. good, but still a pretty good song. Here, take a listen.
Oh, it's a windy and sunny day, and I can hear the birds and the distant waves. The past weeks have been gone by so fast. It's all the same, the bright sky and shining sun. I have a feeling it's gonna be a fun day. Oh, it's a windy and sunny day, the many summers and many gray games. Yes, it's another trouble-free day. Our playground's so huge, we don't know where it is. Feels energetic and moving. Everything's cool, it's excellent. Every day's a new beginning, yeah.
Alright, so with Big the Cat's story out of the way, we got one more left. Gamma. and he has the absolute darkest story of any character in this game. Probably one of the darkest in all of Sonic's history, honestly. Gamma's story begins with his activation by Dr. Eggman. Eggman brags to Gamma about how he is his brilliant creator, and then he sends him to the shooting range to go shoot stuff, despite Gamma not being alive for more than 5 minutes. It's kind of funny when you think about it, because Gamma hasn't even technically been alive, if you can call it that, because he's a robot, for 5 minutes, and he's already being told to go shoot stuff. This leads to Gamma's first level, Final Egg. And Gamma's gameplay is shooting with a gun. How it works is you lock on to enemies by holding down the attack button, and when you get a bunch of them locked on, you shoot and get a combo. The bigger combo you get, the bigger time boost you get. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Gamma's on a time limit. If he doesn't shoot something for a long enough time, he will explode. Which is very funny that Eggman would program him that way. That is dark and very hilarious. After Final Egg, Eggman introduces Gamma to his older brother, Beta, and then makes them fight each other to see who gets to serve on the egg carrier. Now let me show you the deep and complex Dark Souls level boss fights that are in Gamma's story.
Mission complete.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Souls might have a contender for the hardest boss fights in gaming history. Eggman actually compliments Gamma when he wins the fight, says he's proud of him, and Beta really wants to come along with him on the egg carrier, so Eggman lets him come along anyway, despite Beta losing the fight, saying, "We can use you for spare parts." And they're off to the egg carrier. The next cutscene we see is Gamma with the rest of the E102 series, E102 being the robot model Gamma is, getting a mission brief from Dr. Eggman. And that mission brief goes something like this. "All right, crew, listen up. I need you to find a frog. Not just any frog, a very special frog. See, this frog has swallowed a Chaos Emerald. How do I know this? It has a tail. That's right, a tail. Frogs don't normally have tails, so obviously it must have a Chaos Emerald in its stomach. Do I have any scientific proof of this? No. Do I have any tracking data? Absolutely not. Do I know where this frog is? It's somewhere in the world. That narrows it down, right guys? Now what are you hunk of junks still doing here? Go find the frog! Go, 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 go! Alright, so with that, we are now in Station Square, and I wanted to point out this NPC as Gamma shows up in Station Square while the train workers' strike is going, and Gamma can actually talk to one of the train workers, and the train worker will actually ask Gamma if he's a government agent, which is just really funny. I thought I would point it out. Oh, and Gamma's second stage is Emerald Coast, and it's pathetically short and easy. You just go from point A to point B and shoot everything that gets in your path, and within 45 seconds, you will have found Froggy. And as soon as you grab Froggy, that red light shows up and teleports Gamma, you guessed it, to the past. And this cutscene here is just hilarious.
Must determine location. Processing data. No data found. Location unknown. This presents a problem.
Yeah, that cutscene cracks me up every time I watch it. Oh, and I also gotta show you the flashback Gamma gets. Here it is.
No! Don't go any closer! I'm sorry. I see you must not be one of them, huh? Did you notice the presence guarding these children? He's a very loving and gentle creature. These little creatures are too vulnerable without its protection. This protection allows them to continue seeing in peace. Even I was surprised the first time I saw him. Now my father is trying to take their sacred home. It seems his heart is closed off to us all. My true hope is that someday we'll understand each other.
And after that, Gamma returns to the egg carrier. And it turns out his siblings also got frogs. Unfortunately, none of them were the right one. So Eggman calls all of them dummies, and then praises Gamma and says he's proud of him. And I don't really know what Eggman did to the other robots here, if he killed them or teleported them off. No clue. So, however, it's not really that important, because Eggman then sends Gamma on his next mission to go to the prison cells nearby and get a bird from a little girl. Gamma makes an attempt at doing this, but enters the wrong room, and he witnesses his older brother, Beta, being ripped apart and rebuilt. And it's pretty gruesome for a kid's game, especially when you think about it. Like, this is pretty freaking dark. Gamma realizes he entered the wrong room, so he then decides the other door must be the right one. But before we go off to Amy's cell, this is the last time we'll see the egg carrier in the air. So let's take a moment and just look around the place so I can show you guys some of the cool details. First off, the cleaning robots. There are a ton of robots that are dressed like maids or look like small vacuum cleaners that are just cleaning this place constantly. Like, how filthy does it get? Also, you can see the Eggmobile parked right here in the corner, which is really cool. Also, on your way to Amy's cell, you will go through the Hedgehog Hammer room again, and Amy's high score is still saved, which is chronologically impossible since she hasn't escaped yet. The score should still be Dr. Robotnik's high score. Unless Mephiles was involved. And you may ask, what reason does Mephiles the Dark have for fucking with the timeline? And to that I say, in Sonic 06, did Mephiles have any logical reason to do it? or make any logical decision throughout the events of that entire game, screw it. We'll talk about all that when we talk about Sonic 06 eventually. For now, let's get back to Gamma's story. This thing working? Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Yep, looks like we got sound quality. Good news, guys. I now officially have a microphone. I no longer have to use my flip phone to record audio. Meaning, from here on out, starting right now, all my videos are gonna sound like this. So if you're wondering why the audio quality made a humongous jump from just this random point in the video, that's why. New microphone. So let's get back to talking about Gamma's story. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah. Gamma will enter the prison cell to retrieve the bird from Amy. Well, technically it's the prison room, but you get the idea. And things play out just like they did in Amy's story. Her and Gamma talk for a second. Somehow she convinces him to be a good guy, and he lets her out. And then Eggman seemingly completely forgets about the job he told Gamma to do and says he needs his help up on the bridge. But first, Gamma needs to go get an upgrade from the ammunition room. This upgrade being the Jet Booster, which lets Gamma hover. It's a decent power-up for sure. And then we go up to the bridge and things play out just like they did in a bunch of other stories. Let's see, Amy's, Sonic's, Tails. This will be our 4th time seeing this story event play out. Sonic and Gamma fight. In this version, Gamma seemingly wins and has a gun pointed at Sonic, and Amy stops him and convinces him not to shoot Sonic. I mean, in every other version, I don't understand what the idea was changing this cutscene, because in every other version, Gamma's about to get blown up by Sonic or Tails, and Amy stops Gamma from getting destroyed. But in this version, Amy stops Gamma from shooting Sonic. Anyway, then things play out exactly like they did in so many other stories. The egg carrier is losing altitude, Sonic runs off to go handle Eggman, Tails and Amy run off to Station Square, but not before Amy convinces Gamma to leave Eggman, which he does, and flies off to the Mystic Ruins. And then he has a bit of a character moment where he realizes Eggman, bad. E-Series robots, good. E-Series robots, friends. Must go save friends. And we're off to go save the E-Series robots, apparently. Okay, so Gamma's next 2 levels take him to Windy Valley and Red Mountain, which are basically Sonic's levels with the shooting mechanics slapped on them. Just run forward and shoot and blast everything that gets in your sight. Just make sure to keep moving, otherwise you will run out of time. Just kidding. These levels are so short, you would have to be a literal child in order to die in them. That is, except for Gamma's last stage, Hot Shelter. It actually feels like it was designed with Gamma's gameplay in mind. It's long, and you can actually run out of time if you're not careful. And it has a whole dedicated train section exclusive to Gamma's version of the level, which I find really cool. Oh, and if you're wondering how Gamma rescues his siblings, well, he tracks them down, then he blows them up. It is never explained exactly why he's doing this. I mean, it's possible he's trying to free the animals inside the machines, but that's never specified. So it's like, I love you, brother. Boom! You're free! Yeah, it's weird, and it makes absolutely no sense unless you really think about it and try to find some weird way to justify it. Also, something cool I wanted to point out is that in one of Gamma's siblings, that being Zeta, the one you find in Hot Shelter, he actually has Dreamcasts, like Dreamcast consoles, built into his body. I have no idea where Eggman got them, or why they're here in his body, but it makes a really cool Easter egg. That's for sure. So, with Zeta destroyed, there are only 2 robots left to free. That being Beta and himself, apparently. Beta then returns, now upgraded, into a sleek, deadly assault machine. This is Gamma's final boss fight, and it's easily the most intense and well-designed of, well, most of the bosses in this game, actually. You see, Beta Mark II actually has patterns and unique attacks that you can learn and figure out how to dodge. And you can't just mindlessly shoot him. You have to shoot him when he's vulnerable, generally right after he attacks. Now would also be a good time to talk about Beta's boss theme, which is very weird and mysterious. Like, I don't really know what to make of it. Here, you guys can take a listen. After the fight, Beta is critically damaged, but before he explodes, he manages to get one more shot on Gamma. Gamma then sees the bird that flies out of Beta, and in that moment of clarity, Gamma chooses to self-destruct, freeing the bird inside of himself. Yeah, Gamma gave up his own life to liberate the last animal trapped by Eggman's machines. Or at least, in the E102 series, that is. So with that, we have played the entire life of E102 Gamma in this game. I'm not personally a huge fan of this story. I get why people love it. Many Sonic fans even believe it to be the best story in the franchise. I just don't like it that much, honestly. But the gameplay is awesome. I love the shooting gameplay of Gamma, and it's easily one of the best gameplay styles in the game, right up there with the treasure hunting and Sonic stages. Though I think Sonic Adventure 2 really refines it and makes it way better. And the last thing we gotta talk about when it comes to Gamma is his theme, which, unlike the other character themes, isn't vocal. It's purely instrumental. It's an interesting theme for sure. It's very dark and sad almost. Here, I'll let you guys take a listen to part of it, and you can come up with your own conclusion as to whether it's good or not. It's not one of my personal favorites, but it's definitely not bad by any means. Not the kind of music I generally listen to. Okay, so before we talk about the last story and wrap up this review on Sonic Adventure, we gotta talk about one more thing. The Chao Gardens, the game's built-in virtual pet simulator. Yeah, they were added to increase replay value, and why I don't raise Chao in Sonic Adventure 1, I've used Sonic Adventure 2's Chao Gardens to get emblems. I have 98 emblems right now, and when I get all 180, I will start working on a review of Sonic Adventure 2. Once I have 100% completion on that game done. Trust me, it's gonna take a while. So we have 3 Chao Gardens to talk about. The first one is Station Square's Garden, which is located inside the big hotel. And it's the simplest of the 3 gardens. It just has a few palm trees and a fountain. Yeah, not much else, and it looks very boring. However, the Mystic Ruins version, which is found in a secret cave behind Tails' house, is really cool. I actually wish this Chao Garden was in Sonic Adventure 2, because it looks really awesome, and I really like the aesthetic here. Come on, everyone here knows I love ancient ruins. And lastly, we got Eggman's Chao Garden. Yes, Eggman has a Chao Garden. You go to this door on the egg carrier, type in the password Eggman, and then behind the door you will find a teleporter. And it teleports you to a hidden island with a lawn chair, a missile buried in the sand, and what looks like Eggman's beach house with a satellite dish on top of it. So yeah, Eggman built a teleporter to his personal getaway inside his battleship. Yes, it is hilarious. And the fact that Eggman comes here just to chill and raise Chao is funny. Like, that mental image is just hilarious. And lastly, we got the Chao Garden music, which is relaxing and surprisingly good. Here, take a listen. Once you've completed all 6 characters' campaigns, a mysterious gold question mark icon appears on the character select screen. Click it and you're launched into Supersonic Story, the true ending of the game. This story picks up after Big's campaign, as you get to see where the Tornado 2 crashed, still having the 7th emerald in it. Eggman is wandering the Mystic Ruins when he's ambushed by Chaos, who is apparently still alive. Also, Angel Island crashes back to Earth despite the Master Emerald being restored. Knuckles is trying to figure out what the heck's going on when he sees Eggman knocked out on his island. When Knuckles goes to investigate, well, he's taken out too. Upon hearing Angel Island has fallen, Sonic and Tails go to investigate to find Knuckles and Eggman knocked out. Eggman wakes up and immediately decides he's gonna go take out Chaos for betraying him. Sonic and Tails immediately come to the conclusion that they need to get the 7th emerald before Chaos does. But before they can take off, that red light shows up again and takes Sonic back to the past one more time.
This place, it looks familiar. It's not a dream after all.
Get out of my way!
No way!
Did you hear what I said?
I won't obey!
We need those 7 emeralds to give us total power! It's power for the people! And they are your people too, you know! We must get that emerald!
Greed is our enemy. Once it starts, you will always want more. Please don't do this!
I was on a snooze cruise, I guess.
Good thing you're okay. You just sorta conked out there. Knuckles left already. Come!
Okay, so if for some reason you guys couldn't figure out what the hell's going on by all the cutscenes I've shown you throughout this 4-hour review, damn, this video's long, I will explain it to you the best of my abilities. So Chaos was the guardian of the Master Emerald Shrine, where the Chao lived peacefully. The Echidna tribe, led by the chief Pakamakamaka, I think I said his name right, wanted the Emerald's power to save their civilization. Tikal, the chief's daughter, tried to stop them, but was completely ignored. The tribe attacked the shrine, killing the Chao in the process. Chaos was enraged and genocided the entire tribe. Tikal sealed herself and Chaos inside the Master Emerald to prevent him from destroying the world. This would lead to the events of Sonic Adventure 1 kicking off, when Eggman would free both Chaos and Tikal from the Master Emerald at the beginning of Knuckles' story. You get it? You got it? Good. Let's go on with the video. So once Sonic comes back to our time, in our reality, him and Tails rush to the Tornado 2 in the Mystic Ruins, only to get there just too late, as Chaos absorbs the Chaos Emerald right in front of them. And then he obliterates Station Square, flooding the city, and then likely killing thousands. Eggman shows up and tries to fight back with the Egg Carrier 2, but Chaos instantly obliterates it. Oh yeah, it was revealed last second that Eggman had a backup Egg Carrier just in case something like this happened. What can you say? He's the Eggman, and he always has the master plan. At this point, the red light shows up and reveals herself to be the spirit of Tikal, who has been guiding everyone through the story. She gives the suggestion of sealing Chaos back in the Master Emerald. However, Sonic disagrees. Trapping him forever isn't going to solve the problem. Sonic wants to end this here and now, not kick the can down the road. And as luck would have it, Chaos Emeralds. Why? Because he only absorbed the negative power they have. Yeah, it turns out the Chaos Emeralds are powered by emotions. So, Chaos absorbed the sadness and anger power from the Chaos Emeralds. However, Sonic's friends show up and gather the Emeralds, and suggest using their positive feelings towards each other to power them up. Yes, Sonic turns into Super Sonic, thanks to the power of friendship. And this kicks off the final boss. Perfect Chaos. And this fight is badass as hell. You play as Super Sonic, flying through the flooded ruins of Station Square. You must ram into Chaos's head at high speed to damage him. You collect rings to stay alive. Your ring count drops by 1 per second. If you run out of rings, you revert back to normal Sonic and die instantly. Now, the first phase of the fight plays Open Your Heart, the game's main theme, by one of the world's greatest bands, Crush 40. It's hard rock, fast-paced, and absolutely perfect for this fight. I mean, just watch this for a second and tell me it's not the most badass thing you've ever seen or heard.
What's gonna happen to us? All the steps we take, all the moves we make, all the pain at stake. I see the chaos everyone. What can we do? You and I are the same way that we understand that people change. You're the man with evil, the night is not there is no way I lose. Can't hold on much longer. I will never let go. I know it's one-way track. Tell me now how long this will last. I'm not gonna think this way. Open my count.
And then phase 2 hits.
Now I see what I've gotta do.
What were they thinking? Why in the hell would you stop Open Your Heart and replace it with this boring ass track? This dark orchestral song, it feels completely out of place. Why the hell is it here? If you wanted it, you should have started with the dark orchestral, then finished off with Open Your Heart. But now it feels like Sonic's losing the frickin' fight. This isn't hard game design. What were you thinking? So after Sonic bumps Chaos in the head a couple times, the fight ends and Chaos calms down. He sees that the Chao are still alive and living peacefully with humans. Tikal comforts him, and the two ascend into the afterlife, or something close to it. Tails wraps it all up with all is well that ends well. You know, except for the thousands of casualties and billions of dollars in property damage. And Sonic, well, he's getting out of here before the authorities can show up and start asking questions. And that's it. That's everything I have to say about Sonic Adventure. This game is just legendary. I love it. I mean, I went in this game originally with no expectations years back, and it just blew me out of the water with how great it was. It was amazing. The soundtrack is legendary, the gameplay is varied and very ambitious, the story is surprisingly deep for a kid's game. And let's not forget that this game also got Crush 40 together, my all-time favorite rock band. Sure, I can nitpick the plot all I want and find logic holes all in it, but I can do that with just about any story if I try hard enough. And as a recommendation for any parents watching this video, if you want to get your kids into video games, I highly recommend Sonic Adventure. It is simple enough for most kids to understand. This was actually the first game I ever let my nephew play. And it's not completely brain dead, and they're going to get a lot more out of playing Sonic Adventure for a while than doom scrolling on TikTok or YouTube Shorts for hours. And that is another list off my Sonic games I gotta review. Yes, someday I want to review every single officially licensed Sonic game on this channel. Sure, it's going to take a long-ass time, but it's going to be fun. Most of the time, I still dread having to play Sonic 06. And if you want to support this channel, well, like and subscribe if you like what you're seeing. You can also buy the game my studio put out about a month ago. Yes, I'm the head of a video game studio, and we launched our game Nova Rebellion July 4th of this year. If you want to play it, I will leave a link to the itch.io page in the description. Also, join our Discord server, the Dragon's Den, if you love talking about video games. And well, this is Troy Schultz, aka the Anti-Gamer Slayer, signing off. Peace!